To the fifth hearing of the Portfolio Committee, number 1, Premier and Finance for the additional round of the inquiry into budget estimates 2024-2025. Firstly, I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Jeremy Buckingham and I chair this committee. I welcome Minister Houssos and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of finance, domestic manufacturing and government procurement and natural resources. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Again, to the witnesses, welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence. All witnesses must be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. I would also like to remind all other witnesses that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already been sworn before the committee during this inquiry. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm, with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we will hear from departmental witnesses, with additional witnesses from 2pm to 3:30pm. We will then have a 15-minute break before resuming questioning from 3:45pm to 5:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and then crossbench, members only, and then 15 minutes allocated to government questions at 10:45am, 12:45pm and 5:15pm respectively. We will now begin with questions from the opposition.
Morning.
Mr. Tudorhope.
Morning, Minister.
Good morning,
repeat returners. You've had a week of this. Minister, the Anti-Slavery Commissioner wrote to me and copied you in on the 3rd of March with a letter relating to some issues which have been raised in the Parliament. And he called on the government to make the obligation of agents to comply with the Commissioner's guidance on reasonable steps, the subject of a New South Wales Procurement Board direction. Have you taken any steps to issue such a direction?
So thank you, Mr. Tudorhope, for an important question on an important issue, and indeed this comes off the back of some serious allegations that you have raised in the Parliament in relation to a specific procurement contract. I am familiar with the letter. I've read the letter that the Anti-Slavery Commissioner wrote back to you in relation to, and I have to say there's a clear plan of action here from the Anti-Slavery Commissioner, and we are going to carefully consider the letter and the response and the next steps that he takes. I'd make this point, Mr. Tudorhope, as I said at the outset, this is a really important issue. It's a serious issue. It's one that Labor has pursued in opposition and now has a range of measures that we are addressing in government, and I can speak through some of those specifically.
So have you, just to go back to the question, have you made any decision about whether you will issue a direction to the Procurement Board?
I haven't made a specific decision on that part of the recommendation at the moment, but I would just like to update the committee in relation to what we have done since coming to government.
No, I'll come to that. I've got a lot to get through, Minister, and I'm sure you'll articulate that during the course.
Sure.
When is the next meeting?
Make this point. There's a large program of work that is occurring that we are doing through the procurement process, but that is more broadly occurring across government.
I understand that. When's the next meeting of the Procurement Board?
The next meeting of the Procurement Board, they meet fairly regularly. I attend those meetings when I can. I don't have that date at the top of my head, but I'm sure the Secretary or the Deputy Secretary could give you the date.
It's currently scheduled for the 2nd of May.
There we go.
But we do look at matters out of cycle and have done so in the past.
Would it be beyond scope to suggest that this recommendation of the Anti-Slavery Commissioner would be on the agenda for that next meeting?
So in relation to that, Mr. Tudor-Hope, as I said, the allegations that you raised in relation to modern slavery were in relation to a specific procurement contract that's being managed by Transport for New South Wales. Now, those allegations are being investigated, and that's a separate process. As you asked me questions in the Parliament, and then you asked the Minister for, or the Acting Minister for Transport in relation to those. In terms of the broader policy, we have been undertaking a range of measures in order to implement a whole of government response to anti-slavery, and that's why I said earlier I personally have met with the Anti-Slavery Commissioner. My office has met with him, and I'd really like to thank him for the way that he's working across government. My understanding is that there's been a series of actions that he's taken. New guidance on reasonable steps was released in December 2023. In June 2024, the Supplier Code of Conduct was amended to specify modern slavery offences. In July 2024, the Commissioner formed a working group with representatives across government to develop a shared implementation plan. My understanding is he's meeting on a 2-monthly basis with agencies in order to work through that, because you would accept, Mr. Tudor-Hope, that what works in one agency might not necessarily work in another. And that work is ongoing.
But he's called for this guideline to be introduced since early 2023. This is nearly 2 years later.
Early 2023 was when you were in a position to do something, not so much that I was able to do something.
Maybe I wasn't, but...
I'd just give some broader context. I said that there's a lot of work that's going on, and it's an opportunity to give a call out, certainly to my Labor colleagues and long-time advocates on this, particularly the Honourable Greg Donnelly, and also I know now Dr. the Honourable Sarah Kane, who is also a member of the committee. That particular joint committee made a report in relation to, and the first recommendation from that joint committee into, I think it's called the Modern Slavery Committee, which is a little bit awkward. Mr. Tudor-Hope, in response to your question about whether this should be on the Procurement Board's agenda at the next meeting, I would say there's a broad range of work that's being undertaken, including specific recommendations made by a parliamentary committee in relation to the powers that the Anti-Slavery Commissioner has.
In January 2024, the Anti-Slavery Commissioner made it clear to all relevant agencies, including Transport for New South Wales, that all procurement of electric buses carries a high inherent risk of modern slavery, including forced child labour in the production of cobalt for the lithium-ion batteries used in electric vehicles. Are you confident that the full implications of this advice were applied by Transport for New South Wales before including photon mobility distribution and VDI Yutong as approved suppliers for bus panel 4, which was established on the 1st of March 2024?
So in relation to that question, you said that it seemed like you were reading from something. You said the Anti-Slavery Commissioner made it clear. Are you reading from a document in relation to that, or is that...
Yeah, he made it in his letter, he refers to it.
Oh, okay. Do you want to just... I haven't committed the entire thing to memory. It's quite a long letter. Which one was... Where was that?
Under the heading, growing evidence of modern slavery risks in an electric vehicle supply chain.
He says, your letter draws my attention to the specific issue of the procurement of electric buses. Yes?
Yep.
So what was your question, Mr. Tudor-Hope?
Well, are you confident that the full implications of this advice were applied by Transport for New South Wales before including photon mobility distribution and VDI Yutong as approved suppliers on bus panel 4, which was established on the 1st of March 2024?
So that's quite a long and detailed question, and you know I speak regularly about my responsibilities that you would be familiar with as the Minister for Procurement. That is to set the framework, and then the individual contracts are managed within each individual department. So in terms of the confidence that I have in that particular issuing of that particular contract, that's really My responsibility is to set the framework. In terms of what was the date
Well,
that you
1st of March 2024.
The 1st of March 2024 was prior to, let me just go back to the date. So the Commissioner published his guidance on reasonable steps in December, and I'm just working through these dates because you're asking for my opinion at a specific point in time. This is a large body of work that obviously requires a range of responses. So I would expect, more broadly, I would expect that Transport would have the appropriate checks in place, and I'm advised in relation to the bus panel for deed, it does contain detailed provisions in respect of modern slavery, and that they have incorporated additional questions related to modern slavery for all new zero emission buses procurements under bus panel 4.
Well, you set the framework you've just acknowledged, Minister. So do you consider that self-attestation by a company that there is no modern slavery in its supply chain is sufficient evidence that there is no modern slavery in its supply chain?
Look, that's an interesting question. I would certainly be interested to hear what the best practice is. You said I set the framework.
Well, that's part of the framework.
I would recharacterize. I wouldn't accept that premise of your question because I would say we are in the process of setting the framework. We are very clear.
Well, the framework currently in
Mr.
place is
Tudor,
self-attestation. Isn't that the framework currently in place?
Well, Mr. Should this works better when you ask me a question and I provide you with an answer.
I've heard your answer.
So in relation to, I don't accept the premise of your question that this is a concrete framework that's set in concrete. We are in the process of improving it. There is a range of different ways that we are seeking to do that.
Let me reframe it.
You are asking me a specific point in time whether I have confidence in the framework, and I would say we are continuing to improve it and take that feedback on board, including the feedback that's been provided from the Anti-Slavery Commissioner in response to your letter.
So, as that's the current position, you would say that that is not sufficient evidence, would you not? Self-attestation.
I would be really hesitant to rule things in and out here today, Mr. Tudor. This is a really important issue that should be above politics, and I think when you wrote Mr. Tudor, let me finish. You wrote to the Anti-Slavery Commissioner, I expect in good faith. He's replied to you in good faith. We are going to consider that carefully, but I'm not going to sort of jump in and make sort of gotcha moment responses to specific policy initiatives that you want me to rule in and out today.
Minister, we're talking about slavery here. This is not ruling things in or out. We're talking about, is it sufficient for a self-attestation clause, in your view, to be sufficient evidence that a supplier to the New South Wales government is not engaging in modern slavery? Is self-attestation the test?
And I would say to you...
No. Is that the answer?
Well, no, you're not going to put words in my mouth. I'm going to provide the answers.
Really?
You can ask me the questions. What I am going to say to you is I find modern slavery, as does this government, as I would say this parliament, finds modern slavery abhorrent. We are in the process of trying to build a system. But if you want to descend this into some kind of gotcha moment, we can start talking about the years that your government didn't proclaim the Modern Slavery Act, the votes that you made in the parliament. This is an important issue, Mr. Tudor-Hope. So we can have a considered policy discussion about it. We're happy to take feedback on board. If you have specific suggestions that you did not implement when you were the minister, then we are happy to take that on board.
Let me reframe it another way. Would you expect a Chinese-owned company to admit that there is any modern slavery anywhere in China, let alone in that it was itself using forced labour in its own supply chain?
Do you have a specific allegation that you are raising here, Mr.
Yes.
Tudor-Hope?
This company, Photon, was asked in relation to its procurement practice to self-declare.
Okay, and so that is something that we can take away and we can consider. But I'd make the point, The contract that we awarded to Photon Mobility Group is resulting in a new 6,000 square facility that is being built in Nowra, pending council approval. That's going to result in 100 new jobs in that local community. That is a different approach from this government. We cannot fix everything overnight. There is going to be more problems that we have to resolve.
I'm happy to come to that.
But I can talk to you about the concrete results of what this government is doing and what that means for regional communities, because we are better leveraging our government procurement dollars.
I'm happy to come to that shortly. The Australian Manufacturers Workers Union has said this: we stand against slavery. We are deeply concerned about the recent revelations regarding new EV buses ordered by Transport for New South Wales. We call on the Minns government to investigate and review the procurement practices of Transport for New South Wales. The onus must be placed on Transport for New South Wales and the government to ensure beyond doubt that any supplier receiving taxpayers' money to provide transport infrastructure doesn't partake in modern slavery. Slavery and exploitation have no place in any part of the supply chain. Minister, what assurance can you give to the hard-working members of the AMWU that beyond any doubt no supplier receiving taxpayer money to provide transport infrastructure uses slavery in any part of the supply chain?
So, Mr. Tudor-Hope, that's a great question from the AMWU, and I just say again at the outset, we are absolutely opposed to modern slavery in all its forms. That's why we're taking all of these concrete policy steps to do it. I'd also make the point, I was out speaking with AMWU delegates at their conference earlier this week. They put the questions slightly more forcefully than you do, and
I'm sure
I was
they do.
answering those questions directly. They have real concerns. We have real concerns. The Parliament has real concerns. That's why we're taking all of these specific actions to remedy the system that we've inherited. Now, if you have constructive feedback, we're happy to take it on board, including the response from the Anti-Slavery Commissioner. But the idea that we're not going to take, I mean, the AMWU is providing that feedback directly to me, to my office. We're all on the same ticket here, Mr. Tudor-Hope.
So, Minister, Photon Mobility Distribution announced on the 3rd of March, that's earlier this week, that it had found a 1,900 square metre temporary premises that it would fit out to get ready for the first batch of chassis and parts due to arrive from China in mid-May, and that it would soon be advertising for the 15 staff required to be trained to fit the chassis and parts together. Could you confirm that the local content of these imported bus kits will be zero?
So, Mr. Tudor-Hope, you're asking me a very specific question about a contract that is being procured through Transport for New South Wales. And as you know, as a former Minister for Procurement, that question is best directed to the Minister for Transport.
Well, are you aware of any local content?
No. You get to ask me long questions. I get to provide you with a relevant answer. Now, in relation to that specific contract, as I said to you, the media release that my name appeared on, that you like to quote back to me in the House, says that there is going to be a new 6,000 square facility, but that is pending council approval. In relation to those specifics, they are best directed to the Minister for Transport, but what I can tell you is that the existing contracts have increasing requirements for local content.
Well,
because
to the best of your knowledge,
I mean, when we were here last time, Mr. Tudor-Hope, I tabled a marked up version of the ministerial direction that you issued that outlawed local content.
No.
So let's just be clear about our starting point and where we're getting to and our plan to get us there, which we are
I think the procurement policy framework is still ours, but Minister, to the best of your knowledge, is there any local component of those buses and chassis which are being delivered at this new site?
So
to the best of your knowledge.
In relation to the specific requirements about on that particular contract in relation to the specific requirements for that contract, I'm telling you, the Department of Transport, when the Acting Minister for Transport is here, he can tell you about those specific arrangements. What I can tell you is I'm encouraged by the approach taken by Transport for New South Wales, which provides an increasing amount of local content. The reason why we have to do that, Mr. Tudor-Hope, is because of the decisions that your transport ministers took over more than a decade
So
to
there's
say
no
we didn't
local
want to procure locally. Because let's be clear about where the regional bus contract was that your government procured. It wasn't in Nowra, it was in Spain. So we have
you're putting
to
them together
have
in Nowra. Is that what you're saying?
increasing requirements.
Is there
for
any local
content.
component?
Again, Mr. Tudor-Hope, you can ask me specific questions. I'm going to
I am.
refer you the specifics of specific contracts to the Department of Transport.
You don't know whether
But
there is
I'm
any
going to tell
local
you.
component in that.
A point of order's been taken. Dr. Kane on a point of order.
Chair, the Minister has answered the same question that's been asked 3 times, and the member opposite keeps interrupting and asking the same question. The Minister's answered it. We should move on.
Well, the member can continue to ask the same question if he so wishes, but he is, I think, descending into hectoring the minister. So let's keep it civil and ask questions, provide answers, and keep the inquiry rolling along.
So, Minister, on the 30th of January 2025, you made this observation in your press release when you stood in front of a vacant block of land in Nowra. You said the new facility shows the high quality products that New South Wales workers and businesses can deliver. You recall that was what you said in your media statement?
Again, I can't accept the premise of your question. I wasn't at the announcement. It's true that I was on the media release, and that those quotes that you're providing back are in relation to that. That's what we want to do.
Oh, you wanted to, so it doesn't say will do it. It shows. Do you have any evidence that the new facility will do anything other than assemble bus chassis and parts made in China and imported by Photon Mobility?
So, Mr. Tudor-Hope,
Is there any evidence?
Mr. Tudor-Hope, I can tell you what the evidence will be. It will be 100 jobs that will be located in Nowra instead of offshore. The policies pursued by yourself and your government meant that those 100 jobs would have been in any number of locations, in Spain or in wherever else what did the Premier call him? The Minister for Offshoring, Manufacturing, wherever he put them. That is the concrete result. There will be 100 jobs. Now, this is not
this
a
is your
light switch
local
that we can turn. This is not a tap that we simply turn off.
Local manufacturing now is putting together components assembled in another country. Is that what you're saying is local manufacturing?
I'm saying that may be the first step in relation to rebuilding the manufacturing industry that your government systematically and ideologically dismantled for more than a decade, and that's going to take time, but the result of our policies are going to be 100 new jobs in regional New South Wales, 100 regional jobs from that specific content.
Thank you, Minister. Before I hand over to Ms Boyd, I'll just ask you a couple of questions. Okay. Good morning, Minister. Minister, do you know who Australian Natural Therapies Group is?
Thank you, Mr Buckingham. The Australian Natural Therapies Group. I'm not sure I'm familiar with them, but could you give me a bit more detail?
They are the world's, according to the Financial Review 2 days ago, they are the world's best producer of medicinal cannabis. They're producing the most high-value medicinal cannabis in the world. Were you aware that they have an operation on the Northern Tablelands near Armidale?
I am aware of that, and I did see that article in the AFR earlier this week, and I think it talked about... Oh no, it was the questions that you asked the Premier that talked about some of the opportunities in relation to that.
Well, you've raised the opportunities. What do you see as the opportunities for growing the medicinal cannabis industry in New South Wales, considering that the market value of that industry just domestically in Australia is forecast to go past $500 million next year? What do you think some of the opportunities are, and what is the government doing to seize on those?
Yeah, so it's a really interesting question, and it's a good question. I mean, I think the article, or perhaps it was that you asked the Premier, I just can't remember. I read a series of things off the back of that, which said that do we import about 70% of the medicinal cannabis that we use?
Yes, look, that's right.
I'd say we're from a government perspective, we're open to any opportunities to rebuild our state's domestic manufacturing capabilities in New South Wales, and for companies like Australian Natural Therapies Group or some of the other groups who have seized this opportunity, we would be keen to hear from them about the ways that the government, if there's specific policy initiatives that we could be doing in relation to supporting the work they do.
Okay, thank you. Ms Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Sorry, could I just make one point, which is earlier this year I had the opportunity to see, and I think it was opened just yesterday, the Advanced Manufacturing Readiness Centre out in Bradfield. This is an enormous facility. It's in the first building. It's literally called the first building, and it's the first building at Bradfield. It's amazing. They are looking at opportunities to work with local advanced manufacturers and ways to be able to. And when I visited, I also visited a company called Marley Flow, which is the first company that they actually engaged with. They provided their expertise around advanced manufacturing to a small or medium-sized business, and their expertise was crucial in them finding new opportunities and being able to leverage it. That might be something that we would be able to offer, perhaps to some of these companies who. One of the feedback that we've particularly heard from Marley Flow, and that I've heard from other manufacturing and medium-sized businesses, is they might be really good at doing the business, but they're not. What was the phrase they used? They're not working on the business. They're working for the business, not on the business. So this is the opportunity that the Advanced Manufacturing Readiness Centre has, which is they can give that kind of business expertise about how they can expand and grow and take on those new opportunities.
Thank you, Minister. Ms Boyd.
Thank you. Good morning, and good morning to all of you officials as well. Can we start off with merchant fees?
Yeah.
As you know, we passed a SO 52 in the House in relation to that, to the issue around unlawful charging of merchant fees. And I spent way too many hours going through those documents and learning all sorts of interesting things about payment systems within government. I raised this yesterday in estimates and was told that there had been a process where each department was taking legal advice as to whether or not they had the authority to charge the surcharge. My understanding from reading through those documents is that there wouldn't be very many of them that did have that authority. Are you able to give us an update on sort of how many of them have had the authority and how many have been charging unlawfully?
Yes, certainly. So, Ms Boyd, this is a really great question, and that was certainly a very detailed SO 52 that you submitted to the Parliament. And I know a lot of work went on from the government in order to collate that information, seeing that from a slightly different perspective now. It's a really important issue because there was advice that was provided to the previous government that it was unlawful. The basis for that is because there's actually, I'm not going to delve into the legal aspects of it. The advice that we received was you require a specific statutory authority if you're going to charge merchant fees, and what was required was individual agencies to seek legal advice whether they had that ability. The thing that prompted this was advice was provided to Service New South Wales many years ago under the previous government. That was never actioned, and they continued to charge those merchant fees. So the first step was to stop the collection, and that was certainly something that Treasury was leading, and I know that we that was the first step of action. Perhaps the Treasury Secretary, my advice was that has ended. Mm-hmm. There were some finer details for some very small agencies though. Do you want to
just to your question, Ms Boyd, about the agencies that had a lawful authority, they included Transport on the E-Toll, Taronga Zoo, Venues, Centennial and Morpeth Trust, Parramatta Park Trust, Royal Botanical Gardens and Western Sydney Parkland Trust. 36 agencies have stopped charging fees.
Because they didn't have authority?
They didn't. They have clear legal advice that they didn't have lawful authority to do so.
And that legal advice, I understand that if it was then being actually charged out through Service New South Wales, on behalf of an agency, Service New South Wales had to have the authority as well.
Yes, and didn't. So
No.
yeah.
So even for those ones where the agencies did have authority, were they then going through Service New South Wales?
I'd need
or were
to.
they...
Sorry, second level of detail. I'd need to check that for you, but I think these are agencies that deal directly with customers themselves.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's good that they've stopped charging, and obviously, Minister, this is something that you inherited, along with a lot of other lovely problems for you. But now that we know about this, and I understand it was around at least $140 million that was taken unlawfully from the public, what sort of actions will the government now take to sort of make good, I guess, on that?
It's a great question, and it's certainly... So the first step that we took was to try and cease the unlawful activity, which we still... There's some complications to that, but we are certainly happy to report that is the first tranche of work that we're doing. You're right, there was a large amount of money. There has been some challenges in relation to that. Sorry, before I get to the actual money that was... we immediately referred the issue to the Ombudsman. Now, as the body that's charged with investigating potential maladministration, we believe that his focus on this particular matter and any recommendations that he would make resulting from that is really important, and we're supporting the work that he's doing. And when I say we, the New South Wales government is supporting the work that he's doing. We're going to await and see what he recommends. In relation to the specific amount of money, this was small amounts, and perhaps even Revenue New South Wales could give you a specific example, because they were one of the agencies along with Service that were caught up in this. But I'd make sort of this point: it's relatively small amounts of data that were collected across platforms that are fundamentally designed not to retain data. So it's not as simple as, you know, when you go to return something at a shop and they can just refund it straight back onto your card. These systems are actually set up not to retain any of that data. So it's not simply a switching back or a quick refund or a quick fix.
I understand also there are GST complications with refunding the money. So
There's-
it's quite... It's complicated.
And look, and I would say that we await the report of the Ombudsman, and we will take any recommendations he says seriously. I also take seriously the responsibility that we have in relation to the refunds that should be provided, and the long period of time and the relatively small amount, and perhaps then the administration charges that might be required in order to implement a system. So we're working through these issues. We are continuing to see what we can do. The key challenge has been the lack of data that's retained. But that's a deliberate decision by government, and it's the right decision to take, but it just makes it really difficult
So
for us.
on the assumption that, and I would imagine it's next to impossible to actually track the, let me just check, I've got another 10? That was just
yes,
the first
yes,
10?
you do.
Yeah, good, thank you. On the assumption that it would be next to impossible to actually find everybody who was unlawfully charged and then give them their money back, we're still in a situation where collectively the government has stolen, you know, over 140 million or whatever you tell me the number is from the public. There are other ways that you could give that money back. Are they being considered in terms of, you know, for example, a generalised discount for all citizens, or something along those lines to ensure that the government doesn't just profit from the unlawful behaviour?
I have to say we've considered a range of different options in relation to it. We haven't come to a specific conclusion. My concern with just a generalised refund to the community is it's not actually going to the people who were affected. And I think the principle fundamentally is you want to try and refund the people who were affected.
If you can, but if you can't?
Yeah, well, we're not there yet, and I won't rule it sort of in and out. I would say, particularly in relation to revenue, we saw a small number of large transactions, so they would be sort of disproportionately affected, and we really focused on people who may have lost significantly. Again, they're very small numbers, so I think our overarching approach in terms of the budget is one of being careful and prudent. And so I think the values assessment for us and for the government to make is how much are we going to invest in the refunding, and is it better to do some kind of one-off, or this, it's worthwhile noting this was money that was collected in the past, and so I think this is why we are really just awaiting the Ombudsman's report, and then we'll consider those and a government response more fully.
Because presumably, if people were so inclined, you're right, we're talking relatively small amounts of money, but if people were so inclined, they could join together and launch a class order and get that pool of money and then try and divide it up. The principle is still that the government has unlawfully obtained money, and I guess are you committing to return that money in some form to the public to make good?
I am absolutely committed to... So let me say this. When we received the advice, I was appalled and outraged, and we took a number of swift steps in order to refer this for investigation and to make a number of inquiries in relation to how this money had been collected, how this had happened, how did this happen? The thing that is clear to us is because it's been over such a long period of time, because the amounts are relatively small, because they are across systems that are fundamentally designed not to retain credit card data, which is best practice for data security. That's actually a really good sign. That creates problems if we want to be able to provide a refund and sort of make good. So I'd say we're not ruling anything in or out at this point. We're still in active considerations of those. We'll definitely be informed by the Ombudsman's report. We're going to take that very seriously. But I'd also take seriously the ability of how to provide the redress to individuals who were affected.
I'm interested in that revenue example in a moment. I just wanted to ask you two more questions on this though. The first one is, what struck me as particularly strange reading through the documents is it's clear that a legislative fix would have just made it all okay. If you look back at 2011 when the original idea or the Treasurer's circular or direction, I think it was circular at the time, was issued saying all agencies need to recoup these agency merchant fees. The reason it was done was because otherwise the government was incurring those merchant fees on behalf of people, and so there needed to be some sort of passing back on from the customer into the government, and I understand that. So if you've turned off now those 36 agencies that are not able or did not have the lawful authority to charge, presumably the government is now paying those merchant fees itself. So is a simple legislative fix just going to be brought to the Parliament soon to give them the authority?
It's a great question, and you're right about that. That would have been a really easy fix, and I'm not quite sure. That's probably a question that's directed to a finance minister well before my time. In terms of the next step, at this point we just thought it was better, rather than to bring a legislative fix, just to simply say, just stop doing it.
Yeah.
And then we'll consider the next steps, and we'll do them in light of the Ombudsman's inquiry. But the Treasury Secretary was nodding intently here, and I think there might be something related in the banking tender that I didn't have anything to do with. But
no, thank you, Minister. So we are, number one, we're trying to and have succeeded in negotiating down the price of those merchant fees that we pay and no longer pass on. And secondly, of course, the Commonwealth, through I think the Reserve Bank, is having a look at actually banning the application of merchant fees, particularly on debit transactions. So there's input to the government from the Ombudsman at a state level, and there's an open question at a Commonwealth level whether some or all of merchant fee charging will actually be prohibited.
Yep.
So those two things in common. We're to some extent waiting on those two considerations.
Okay,
Yeah.
understood. And I guess the other question is, I understand that you are, pending the Ombudsman's report into the maladministration aspects, but have you had a look at the documents and do you see a need for particularly for certain individuals to that perhaps they didn't act in the best interests of the government or weren't doing their jobs properly. Have you taken, I don't need to know their names, but have you taken any action already to either sort of discipline or exclude people where it's obvious that they didn't do their jobs properly?
I would say I'll make a confession, which is I haven't looked through all of the documents.
There's a lot.
Yes, I'm aware that there was a lot. I've looked through some of them. I'm deeply concerned about the lack of responsibility that was taken by individuals who received this advice, and that's the particular part of the Ombudsman's report that I will be most interested in receiving.
Good. We have just a few minutes if we wanted to. If you could give me an example from the revenue side.
So specifically,
So the types of, particularly these large transactions where you think you might be able to more easily identify sort of refunds and things. What's the...
So hopefully I'm on the right track to your
Okay.
question, Ms. Boyd. So for some tax transactions, people could pay their tax assessment by credit card, but up to a maximum of $200,000.
Right.
So we charged, when we were before turning it off, at a rate of 0.25 of 1%.
Yeah.
So the maximum there was $500, and it was just over 200,000 actually. So it was 575 cents.
Yeah.
Very small number of people paid that. So one of the challenges with all of this is also the volume.
Yeah.
But you can see progressively that when there's fewer at that higher end, it's more. It's easier to identify potentially who those payments were made by.
Understood. And I guess that's why you're waiting for the Ombudsman's report, because you wouldn't want a situation where you were giving back money to people who had been able to make those larger purchases and not to all of those people who are just paying their rego or whatever. Okay. I have questions on a completely different topic. So I might just pause it there, and unless you've got some questions, and come back in the next round to talk about the other topic. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We'll now turn to questions
Thank
from the
you.
opposition. Mr. Tudor.
Minister, just to finish off in relation to the Nowra facility, in your press release you said that the news facility shows the high quality products New South Wales and businesses can deliver. Are the high quality products which are being delivered include CATL batteries imported from China?
So that's an excellent question in relation to the batteries that are going to be procured as part of the process. I'd make this point at the outset. I do believe that if we procure goods locally, that we can get higher quality products, and that's part of us learning from the lessons of what we've seen under the previous government's response. In relation to the specific question, the CATL, I don't know whether I'm supposed to say CATL or whether you call them cattle, so I'm happy to be informed
CATL, I think.
if I'm using the incorrect documents here. I'd make a couple of points. The previous government procured a number of buses with these batteries. I think I'm told that that they have over 30% of the market. The Premier read out a long list of vehicle
not against the background where we had advice from the Anti-Slavery Commissioner.
Who use these batteries. I have asked questions in relation to the contracts themselves and whether they prescribe which specific batteries are required to be used, and that is something that we could consider in the future. But more broadly, the question of where these kinds of materials are procured from is one that we can't solve at a New South Wales level, and I talk frequently, and this is where the two parts of my portfolio come together really well, where we believe that there are opportunities to procure the critical minerals required for these kinds of products here in New South Wales in an ethical way within a framework that has robust regulatory requirements. And we want to be able to do more
So
of that
we're going to
here
tolerate it in the meantime,
New
are we?
South Wales. But this is something where there is very limited market options. And when you...
So that means the tolerance level for anti-slavery
Mr.
is where?
You're asking me a really serious
I am.
question. You've raised some really serious allegations. I've shown you how we are immediately addressing the problem. But there's a broader issue here, and that's why it's almost a year ago, I stood with the Prime Minister, federal ministers for industry and energy who are trying to rebuild manufacturing at a much broader scale with much greater capacity than the New South Wales government does.
Okay.
We are
I thank you for
committed.
that.
Let me just finish this, Mr. Tudor-Hope. We are committed to spending more of our procurement dollars here in New South Wales, here in Australia, so we can procure within a robust regulatory environment that we have more
On
control
Chinese
over.
manufactured buses.
But
Okay, that's fine.
No, Mr. Tudor-Hope. This is a really important issue, and we're going to spend more money here in New South Wales doing it than you ever did.
Yeah, I'm
These
not sure
are
that's right,
these are
but-
companies that you procured from as well. These are companies that have large share of the market. We're taking immediate steps, but we're also addressing the broader challenge.
Right, Minister, let me ask you this. In relation to the new procurement policy which you want to put in place, will that new procurement policy include a debarment scheme for tax defaulters and phoenixes?
That's a great question in relation to the debarment scheme that we're looking at implementing. Now, let me just say at the outset, the only other jurisdiction in Australia that has a debarment scheme is Western Australia. And we are looking closely at their system before we implement ours. This is something that we have to do very carefully because it would be unprecedented in New South Wales. I say it's also off the back of ICAC recommendations, but to say to a company that you can no longer procure it from anyone in New South Wales, from any part of the New South Wales government, I think it's an important lever to pull, but I think it's also one that we have to be careful about what the actual requirements are.
Well, but okay. What I think you're saying is you consider that on a case-by-case basis. But
No, I'm saying we are currently considering what a debarment scheme looks like. We haven't finalised that yet.
Well,
we
in
will
the
be
meantime,
informed
then,
by Western Australia.
in the meantime, then, do you expect agencies to take reasonable steps to ensure that no contracts are given to companies owned or controlled in whole or in part by people with a record of tax defaulting or phoenixing?
So that's a very detailed and complex question. What I can tell you in relation to, we don't have a debarment scheme in place. We do have a supplier code of conduct in place. If you have specific allegations around a specific contract, I would be happy for you either to table them here for the committee or for us to investigate those separately and refer those to the appropriate place.
Well,
The due diligence standards for New South Wales government agencies are defined in the procurement policy framework, and there are requirements, and they vary depending on the scope and the complexity and then the risk profile of the contract. The contracts themselves are administered within agencies, as we've discussed today, but there are a range of different checks that are in place, including on financial matters.
so let me ask you this then. You asked me to talk to you about specific things. Then when you did issued the media statement in relation to photon mobility distribution, were you aware that Kyriakos Tassilis was a former director of that company?
So, again, this is something that you put to me in the House in relation to specific allegations, and my understanding is that you've received a briefing on those specific allegations from the group itself, I think maybe. Is that correct?
I'm asking the question.
Well, no.
Were you aware that at the time that Mr. Silis was a former director of the company?
Again, you're asking me about a specific question. You're asking me about a specific example of a specific individual. My understanding is that he is no longer connected to that particular company. I had some specific advice, and I think that the Minister for Transport got back to you on those specific allegations that you raised. But my advice is that the company has contacted you directly. Oh, sorry, he's a former director and secretary of the Go Zero group. But I didn't think you had any
Well, let me put it to you again.
specific. But Mr. Tudor-Hope, I mean, it's a bit disingenuous if you've received a briefing from the company.
We're entitled to ask
No, I'm just saying, it was a specific question. Were you aware, and I think I gather that you probably, were you aware then perhaps
Well,
that
no,
that a 50% shareholding in Photon was owned by Go Zero Group Limited?
So, Mr. Tudor-Hope, again, we come back to the questions. You're asking me a specific set of questions around a specific set of allegations. I mean, is your expectation that I literally sit down and conduct my own
But you can
corporate
say no,
searches
Minister.
before we issue a media release?
You
My
can-
job as the Minister for Government
You can
Procurement
say no.
is to work with the Procurement Board to set a policy framework and then to rely on a range of checks that are in place. But if
But
your
you can-
proposal, I said I'm happy to take on board proposals. If your proposal is that I should spend my time conducting company searches, then I'm happy. I don't think that's a particularly helpful
Well,
use of my
when
time
did you
for
first
this.
become aware that the majority shareholder of Go Zero was a known tax defaulter and Phoenixer, Kyriakos Silas?
Mr. Tudor-Hope, these are not new allegations.
If you
You've
s-
raised them in the Parliament. The Transport Department is investigating them.
Sorry?
You've raised them in the Parliament.
I have.
The
When did you first become aware?
Transport- In relation to the individual allegations about that particular individual?
Correct.
When they are, actually, I'm not sure whether it was when you raised them in the Parliament or whether we'd received a briefing beforehand. I just can't recall that, I'm sorry.
Had you received a briefing before I raised them in Parliament?
I just can't recall that. I remember
Can
that.
you take that on notice?
Sure, I
Yep,
mean, sure.
thank you. Are you aware that on the 28th of February 2025, the Federal Court made a winding up order for Precision Cut Services Australia Pty Limited, which was owned by Kyriakos Silas and had been working as Met Square 2, a subcontractor on a variety of New South Wales building contracts?
Sorry, I think you're reading from a document again there, Mr.
No, I'm
Tudor-Hope.
reading from a question.
Okay, so there's a ruling from the Federal Court. I wasn't
Are you
familiar
aware that
with
on the 28th of February 2025, the Federal Court made a winding up order for Precision Cut Services Australia Pty Limited?
Look,
If you're not aware, Minister,
I
just
don't
say
know.
no.
I'm not aware. I don't regularly
Yeah,
read
good.
winding up orders
Good.
from the Federal Court. I'm happy if you've got a specific allegation, Mr. Tudor-Hope. If there's a specific connection, then
No,
I'm
I'll
happy
come to
to
that.
investigate it. I'm happy to
So there was a notice of winding up for that. The notice of application for this winding up order against Met Square 2 was filed in the Federal Court and published on the 11th of July 2024, 6 months prior to the New South Wales Government giving Photon Mobility Distribution a contract for the delivery of 126 buses. Was that a good procurement decision for the people of New South Wales, given that Mr. Silas had in fact defaulted as part of that winding up proceedings in his obligations to the tax office?
Again, Mr. Tudor-Hope, I'm not sure why your particular pursuit of this individual is. Why I'm a bit baffled about that. But the question you asked me I'd make this point in relation to the broader question about policy checks that should be in place and the requirements under the Supplier Code of Conduct. There are checks that are required to be done under the Supplier Code of Conduct in relation to the actions of the financial arrangements that are in place for companies. I'm happy to provide more detail in relation to what those particular checks are. These due diligence steps, they could include referee checks or financial assessments. We expect that the appropriate checks are undertaken by those particular departments, and my responsibility as the Minister is to make sure that we have a framework where it sets those out. In relation to phoenixing, I'd make this point. We have taken a number of steps, including bringing legislative change, to tighten up the provisions to ensure that people who phoenix companies are particularly liable for other outstanding debts that they might have to the New South Wales Government. That's a separate body of work. But
Well-
I'd say we are, from a broader policy perspective, there are a number of due diligence steps that should be undertaken as a part of the awarding of a contract, and that I would expect that agencies would have robust systems in place in order to make those appropriate checks.
Met Square 2 was a Phoenix company set up by Mr. Sillis after his first company, Met Square 1, or Met Square, went into liquidation, owing $23.2 million to the Australian Tax Office. Met Square 2 reportedly owes $6.7 million to the Australian Tax Office. Would you have expected those tax debts to have been picked up in this procurement process?
That's a great question. I don't know if the specifically whether tax debts are taken on board. I would certainly say that due diligence checks, that it's often in a tiered approach. So you would expect, and I know that there's a basic check of suppliers when they first register and buy New South Wales, and then there's additional checks that are based on the risk profile of those suppliers, and then there's advanced checks that are aimed at high risk suppliers and procurement types. And I think that's certainly, I know in relation to some of the work that the Honourable Dr. Sarah Kane has talked about. Let me
ask you this.
At looking at some high-risk suppliers and making sure that the checking arrangements are in place. Sorry, Mr. Tudor-Hope, you've asked me a very specific question.
Right,
there was a long run.
I was asking whether
you just asked me about whether ATO debts are taken into consideration. I just asked whether we set specific rules in relation to that. I mean, that's
exactly my next question. Do either of those companies owe the New South Wales government any money?
So you would know, as a former Minister for Finance, that there are very specific tax confidentiality rules that are in place in relation to individuals. And indeed, we strengthen those off the back of a number of scandals requiring that confidentiality be maintained. So if you've got a specific allegation and you're saying that that individual owes money to the New South Wales...
Mr. Johnson?
No.
Either of those companies that I've mentioned owe...
Mr. Tudor-Hope.
PAYG, payroll tax to the New South Wales government?
You know, as a former Minister for Finance, that there are specific requirements around tax confidentiality arrangements.
Mr. Tudor-Hope, I'm supporting the Minister's comment about confidentiality around and secrecy provisions around.
Minister, can I just ask you this? Should companies that have been convicted of serious breaches of Health and Safety Act be given procurement contracts to supply goods and services to the New South Wales government?
So should companies
that have been convicted of serious breaches of the Work Health and Safety Act 2011 be given procurement contracts to supply goods and services to the New South Wales government?
You're giving me a specific legislative reference there. Do you have a specific part of the Act that you think that we should include in our procurement framework?
It's a general question about whether they have been convicted of a serious breach of the Work Health and Safety Act.
Look, I'm not an expert in the Work Health and Safety Act. What I would say is that we are committed to ensuring that our procurement processes take companies' track records into place, and that's
including breaches of the Work Health and Safety Act.
Mr. Tudor-Hope, you can ask me questions, and I can provide you with serious answers about serious policies that we can debate, or you can just try and keep cutting me off, and we can try and get you.
On the 30th of January 2025, before promoting Go Zero's photon mobility distribution of their proposed new factory that will supposedly create up to 100 jobs, were you aware that the majority shareholder of Go Zero, Kyriakos Sillis' company Met Square, was on the 22nd of March 2024 convicted by the District Court and fined $450,000 for breaches of the Work Health and Safety Act 2011?
So, again, Mr. Tudor-Hope.
Yes or no, were you aware?
No, I wasn't aware of specific arrangements, because before issuing a media release, I'm going to try and take this question and provide it with a serious and considered response, because the issue of procurement is something that is very important, and the way that we spend our government taxpayer funds is something that I take utmost seriously. if you have specific allegations, we will
I'm
make
putting
them.
them to you.
But if these are the same allegations that you have raised in the Parliament,
No,
and
these
you're
are new
simply
ones.
rehearsing them here because you don't have any new material,
These are
then
new issues.
Great, then I will refer those to the Minister for
Well-
Transport. But Mr. Tudor Hope, that you are asking me about what is the policy framework that is in place
For work health and safety breaches.
Absolutely, and there are due diligence tests that are in place, and they vary on the scope and the complexity and the risk profile of the contract. But you come in here
You were
with some
lauding
kind
this
of
company. You were lauding this company in circumstances of this great initiative for New South Wales, and at the time you say you weren't aware of the serious work health and safety breaches relating to that company.
because we have a procurement system in place that conducts a range of checks, including referee checks, including financial assessments, including regulatory checks. The entire government procurement system doesn't rely on the minister conducting a Google search before we go out and do a media event. It actually relies on a considered and a careful assessment of people over time.
So, Minister-
So the idea that we don't have a robust system, if you have specific
I'm putting it
examples
to you.
of
Minister,
where this has
well,
fallen
I'm putting
down,
them to you
then
now.
we will investigate
I'm
those.
putting them to you now. I'm putting them
But
to you.
just to be clear, Mr. Tudor-Hope, there's no one at the table here who will be responsible for investigating these specific allegations.
I'm putting them to you. Minister, are you aware that the breach...
appropriate place to raise those.
Point of order has been taken. Dr. Kane, on point of order.
The Honourable Damien Tudor-Hope keeps talking over the Minister when she is attempting to address the questions that he's asked, the multiple questions, and she's attempting to address it comprehensively because there's been a series of questions which are serious in nature, and the Minister has the right to answer that and be heard with due courtesy.
Yeah, I uphold the point of order. If we can avoid from speaking over the top of the Minister was talking about who has a responsibility for investigating
Thank you.
these matters.
Well, Minister,
Had you concluded?
I'd just make this point. I would expect government agencies to have appropriate probity processes and vetting processes in place.
well, that's the answer. I think that's right. Minister, are you aware that the breach which led to this conviction was a failure to ensure that very basic safety measures were undertaken on a work site, and that this failure resulted in a young apprentice carpenter falling through a shaft onto uncapped reinforced steel bars, resulting in severe damage to his genitals, urethra and groin, requiring surgery and ongoing treatment and leaving lasting physical and psychological harms. In his judgment against Silas's Met Square in the District Court, Judge Strathby said this: the seriousness of the foreseeable harm to a worker was significant, and the steps available to avoid the risk were straightforward and available to the defendant. Should a company with which this man is associated be receiving the benefit of New South Wales contracts?
I've got to say that's a really disturbing passage that you just read out, and the idea that the lasting damage that is caused to that individual is really concerning. But Mr. Tudor-Hope, I'd again appeal to you to provide those concrete allegations that you have there so that we can refer them to the Department of Transport and investigate them properly, because we do expect that there are robust probity checks that are in place, and if the system has not provided that, then we want to rectify that.
Well, this was a company with which this man was associated that had just
I'm
been
not gonna-
awarded by the New South Wales government to import and assemble Chinese buses in Nowra, 126 of them.
Again,
This man is...
I'm not going to accept the premise of your question, which is that this individual is associated with that company. Now, my understanding is, and I'm happy to be corrected, that he doesn't have a relationship. Like, you're drawing quite a long bow there in terms of an individual who may be associated with a company, who may have these things that have occurred. I was told, or I am advised, that this individual is no longer associated with that company, and also that you've been briefed on this as well. Now, if that's not correct, I'm happy to correct the record. The specific allegations, I would like to refer those to the Department of Transport if you have additional allegations, and I would like those to be investigated, and we will of course take any actions that we need to take as a result of those. But these are very
What is that
serious
action?
allegations that you are raising.
What is the action you are?
Unfortunately, Mr. Tudor, your time has expired for this round of questions, so you'll have to come back to that later. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. Well, as demonstrated by the questioning of the opposition, there appears to be a high level of angst among Labor practices across the Parliament. Can you guarantee best practice Labor standards will be ensured in the new procurement framework?
So, in relation to best practice Labor standards, I would say that we expect that there are appropriate probity checks and appropriate diligence checks to ensure that the people, the companies that the New South Wales government is procuring from the appropriate checks are in place, and that is a robust system to give us confidence that the system is working.
So in the new procurement framework, which I'd like to talk more generally about
Sure.
in terms of the timeline, etc., will you guarantee best practice Labor standards as part of that?
My understanding is that best practice Labor standards has a specific terminology, which is also known as a secure jobs code, which is something that the Premier has explicitly ruled out.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that we don't expect that there are appropriate probity checks, that these kinds of allegations that that the opposition have raised here today can't be investigated, and that any kind of track record wouldn't be taken into account. But in relation to specific, I'm just hesitant to provide you with a yes/no answer. In relation to a secure jobs code, the Premier's ruled that out. They won't be part of the procurement reforms.
We had an interesting point come up in the IR estimates in relation to, and I keep forgetting the name of the particular aircraft that crashed, but there was a crash about 5 years ago where I understand it was a water tanker that had been brought in from the US, or there was US pilots.
Yes, yes.
Very tragic crash, and I understand that the widows of the pilots have been trying to get some sort of compensation under our scheme, death benefit, etc. But there is a question mark as to whether that contractor who was in charge of the aircraft actually had any sort of insurance cover. Now, is that the sort of thing that, when we have this new procurement framework, that those sorts of things will be checked? Is that your understanding, that we'll sort of be ensuring that sort of thing?
Look, that's a very specific example. I don't have details on that specific example, and I'd be happy to come back to you with them if we can sort of source
Look,
them
a
for
basic
you.
check is whether a counterparty has appropriate insurances, which of course includes workers' compensation insurance. Yeah. So I'm happy to take the particulars and refer them to the relevant agency if that's a concern that check wasn't done, or for some reason didn't reveal, if it is the case that the operator wasn't carrying workers' compensation insurance, because that would be a serious deficiency, obviously.
I might send that through to you separately. So, in terms of the procurement framework then, what is the timeline? When are we likely to see an exposure draft?
We're working diligently on our legislative response. I'd concede that it's taking slightly longer than we want it to, but it's a really big program of reform. We're continuing to engage with both the labour movement and the business community in relation to those, but we want to be able to release an exposure draft so we can get feedback. We think that's really important.
Yeah, good. Okay. Is that something that that made sort of more publicly available? As in, will we be able to see a draft? Will we have input before it becomes... I've become a bit wary of bills that seem to come to us at the last minute and get rushed through. So I'm hoping that this is one that, we will have a chance to look at properly.
Yeah, so that's my plan, is that we would actually release an exposure draft before we introduce it to the Parliament. So
Good.
I actually want to be able to engage with a broad range of stakeholders, including members of Parliament, to provide feedback before we introduce the bill into Parliament.
And so, do you have any sort of ballpark time frame then for when that would be released?
I can assure you we are deep in the policy work at the moment, and we're just working through that at the moment.
I was pleased to see the release of the summary of public consultation on the future jobs and investment authorities.
Yes.
So thank you for releasing that, and I read through the summary of feedback and was really pleased because I think it does capture what a lot of the stakeholders were telling us as well. Particularly things like the proposed model was seen as overly bureaucratic, lacking an effective decision-making authority, that more genuine local engagement was required, and also that to achieve net zero targets there should be a transition away from coal as soon as practicable. So all of those things were really good. How much of this is going to make its way into the actual final proposal for these authorities?
Yeah, I'd make this point. Frank feedback is sometimes hard to receive, but certainly I think it's important to receive it, and we've taken it on board. We put a lot of work, and I personally put a lot of work into the consultation paper that we released last year. You would see why we took some time to work through that consultation, where we are working very carefully through the consultation and taking that on board. The other part of the work that we're doing on the future jobs and investment authorities at the moment is we're having conversations with our federal colleagues. They are in the process of establishing, or they've set up now, their NZEA, Net Zero Emissions Authority, I think it is, or I'm going to get the acronym incorrect. The point is that they're two... Economy Authority, thank you. I'm going to get the point is we have a state body and a federal body that are going to be working with the same communities, doing with similar objectives, and we want to make sure that we're not duplicating those. So I'm having some great conversations alongside Minister Sharp with our federal colleagues, including Senator Tim Ayres, about how we can make sure those organisations work together, and maybe we can tap into some of their funding as well. But those conversations are ongoing.
Always good.
Yeah.
And I understand that that's been a sort of part of the reason for delay on this. And I think certainly when we were talking about transition authorities before 2023, the idea that we always thought of was that there would be this sort of structure where I go like that, but actually it's more up to federal, where federal would be providing most of the funding, but you would then have the state authorities underneath that would form an umbrella for those particular community-based transition authorities. So I understand that there is a bit of work to be done in trying to marry up with what's happening at federal. However, as the summary of public consultation shows, there are some regions, for example, the Hunter, where you had a huge number of submissions, where they're already well up the curve and they just need the funding. We spoke last time about how the royalties for rejuvenation, or whatever it's called, was stuck until 2028. Is there any interim, any opportunities for interim funding to be provided for those communities who are already hard at work and trying to transition?
So you raise a number of really important points. Can I just make a couple of points, and I might pass to, or you might want to ask some more questions in relation to this afternoon. We haven't established our final model, and my precursor for us opening access to, or the government considering whether to open that particular fund prior to 2028 was always about getting the model in place first, and then we would know how to actually best funnel the funding to communities. But before we can even get the model in place, we need to map about what is the actual timeline for potential coal mines either closing or coming to the end of their planning approvals. We've done that. We did that as part of the consultation paper. And that, I think, is really framing the response we have. Are we going to have to focus on different regions sooner? And I think that's really been quite informative. We have established a dedicated team within the resources. It's not a department, part of New South Wales government, to coordinate across government to start that work so that we can be driving that economic development and finding those job creating opportunities. Once we finalise that model, we hope that will be very soon, we're working, I shouldn't say we hope that, we're working to make sure that that's able to be in place very soon. but we haven't sort of been working on the model without a body of work occurring within the department as well, is all that I'm sure.
Okay. So does that mean, I guess one of the things that the transition authority model is incredibly useful for is the sort of planning aspect, rather than letting businesses dictate to us when they're going to close and what they're going to do. Is there, from what you're saying then, is there going to be a bit more sort of government leadership in terms of when coal mines are closing?
I'm not sure that I would say there's government leadership in terms of when coal mines are closing. I would say that we are closely examining the existing sources of information. I haven't got a copy of the consultation. I might have a copy of the consultation paper. Oh, I've just destroyed my folder. The consultation paper here that we released that actually says, well, this particular mine is going to be closing in this particular, or its existing planning approvals end at this date, so that we can map where they're going to be, where are the jobs going to be, where do we need the authorities to focus on first, and where do we need to be actually targeting our response to. There is actually a long time period for a number of these mines under their existing planning approvals, and we think it's really important that we target that support that we're providing to communities appropriately.
And are you considering the increasing levels of automation and I guess job losses in a lot of these coal mines, just as sort of time goes on, even when they're not closing? Is that data coming into those decisions?
I'm not aware. I mean, I did visit a coal mine last year that was doing some really innovative stuff around automation. That was actually going into an old coal mine. But that's a bit of a tangential example. I'm not sure. Maybe the Deputy Secretary could provide it.
Look, we review job numbers regularly, and the data that we find the most reliable is from coal services, and they update their data every year. But we are also in regular discussions with the mines around their plans for the future, and through the work of the resources regulator, we have a close eye on the workforce as well from a safety perspective. But as the Minister said, there's a lot of work going into building the evidence base around forecasting what's going to happen in these regions. It does vary by region. The consent conditions are an important part of that. But ultimately, companies can make commercial decisions that can be linked to operational challenges as well at mine sites. But really looking at it as a region and working closely with other parts of government as well. As you know, there's planning, regional planning, economic opportunities at other sites within regions, post-mining land use and what happens at sites once mines close. There's a whole range of work that we're doing to try and map out what the future could look like.
One of the other, I guess, concerns about not having transition authorities in place already is in relation to the sort of drainage of talent away from green energy. So when we have, in an ideal transition, we're talking about both sides of that decarbonisation, and there's been concerns raised by unions and others talking about a lot of these existing workers are being sort of attracted or dragged into other industries, like one of my bugbears, weapons manufacture, instead of being deployed into green energy jobs, because there's not that sort of overarching planning in terms of their skills transition and development, particularly out of the coal-fired power stations, where a lot of those engineering skills are kind of easily upskilled and taken over to other green energy jobs. Is there any work being done on that in the meantime to ensure that we're actually transitioning those workers and not letting them go to other competing industries?
I'm not sure. I mean, we talked about weapons manufacturing last time. You might have some more questions for me. I think the point you make around mapping skills is really important, and that's certainly something that we've been talking about with our federal colleagues. I think that's the first step. We need to map. The first step for me, was to map the mines. What are their existing planning consent expiry dates? what are the jobs that are associated with them, what is the actual time frame. Let's get some data first. The next step is then to say, okay, we know the raw numbers, but what are the skills behind those raw numbers? And that's something, again, we don't want to be duplicating the work. If the federal government is doing it and prepared to fund it, then let's use that to inform us as well. And we're having lots of discussions at both ministerial level and also at departmental level to enable that to happen. And you might want to come back to that with the Deputy Secretary this afternoon. In terms of the planning element of that, planning with a capital P but also with a lowercase p, I think is really important. I met with the Mayor of Muswellbrook, it might have been last week or the week before. He made this great point, which is we've got this, and I'm really looking forward to the Upper House inquiry into post-mining land use and seeing what they come up with. He made the point, we want those jobs to be on that site, but there's not going to be a clean handover. So there's also some sort of shoulder industries that we need to put in place during that, which was a new element of the kind of planning and conversation that we need to be having, and some more work that we need to do. So, but I think the skills mapping is crucial. If we know that it's a specific set of boiler making or engineering or whatever it is, how can we map then that to a green energy opportunity or another manufacturing opportunity? And then the next step is, how do we then bring those businesses to those regions? So I think there's a lot of data that needs to be collected, brought together, and then we can start to have some really good conversations.
So in terms of timing again noting what you've said about the federal government piece, what are you thinking in terms of contingency planning for if Labor don't get re-elected at a federal level and we don't end up with federal transition authorities? Are we ploughing on with the state ones?
I'm not sure I'm contingency planning for that at this point, but I am encouraging my federal colleagues. I've had multiple conversations just this year with my relevant federal colleagues, and I think we've got some more scheduled so that we can get things in place sooner.
Can I ask you if you've got any plans in terms of revenue raising? I know that the opposition and Labor both love talking about no new taxes, so I might lay off all of our multiple requests for new taxes that we keep making every budget, and just look at the fact that New South Wales is quite behind in terms of the way it structures a lot of its existing taxes. And I say behind because it seems whenever I look at, so I'm looking at the interstate comparison of taxes, which I love.
I have actually looked at that document myself on several occasions.
And there's a bunch of taxes where we just don't tax to the same extent that other states and territories do, where it seems like an obvious way for us to raise more revenue. And I'm thinking about things like the progressive rates for payroll tax, our luxury motor vehicle duty. We've got a relatively flat structure and a lower overall rate compared to other states and territories. Just by following, Victoria and other locations like that, we could actually make a significant increase in our revenue from just tweaking a lot of these tax bands.
I just noticed the Shadow Treasurer's ears just pricked up.
Yeah, I'm sure. But if we put the nonsense of no new taxes to one side, and let's talk about tweaking these existing ones, is that something that you've been doing any modelling on?
I'm not sure that I would say the nonsense of no new taxes when I refer to the election commitment that the Treasurer made and that we are committed to delivering and continuing to deliver in relation to no new taxes. I would say we do keep a close eye, and like I said to you, I've personally read that document. I know the Treasury Secretary might be able to provide you with some broader things, but the best person to talk to specifically in relation to interstate comparisons would be our Deputy Secretary Wilkie, who's coming this afternoon, or perhaps I'm not sure, is that within your remit, Mr. Smythe?
No, Minister,
No.
I think that'd be it.
Okay, yeah, I think that's, we certainly keep a close eye on it. We also understand that from a business perspective, it makes more sense if we can harmonise as much as possible across the country. So I think...
It does, and I think I get cranky at the no new taxes idea because I feel like it's ignoring the fact that government has a responsibility to distribute in a more effective way, and if there are existing taxes which are more generous to the wealthy amongst us, while those who are less fortunate are subject to, basically higher proportionate taxes, then that would be a smart thing for a Labor government to be smoothing out. So is there any plans at all to change the way that a lot of these basic taxes are levied?
I'd say I like to often refer to the analogy that the Premier makes, which is when you come to government, you don't inherit a clean slate. You inherit this sort of half-finished jigsaw puzzle, and your responsibility is to work out which parts of the jigsaw puzzle you're going to build on and which parts you're going to keep. And it occurred to me this morning that there's another part. You've also got to test the jigsaw puzzle, because sometimes the person who's been doing the jigsaw puzzles jammed the parts in that don't really fit together, and you only discover it when you're actually testing it yourself. I think more broadly, I would say we are always looking at ways to make our tax system more efficient. We take our election commitment in relation to no new taxes seriously. We have made some values-based changes to our taxation system since coming to government. The most obvious example of that would be the bulk billing support initiative, the first intervention from a New South Wales government in relation to support bulk billing. Now, I'm hopeful, now that the federal Labor government has made announcements in relation to the bulk billing support indexation and incentives, that's actually going to deliver some real changes. But we're not ruling out, we keep a close eye on what's going on, is what I'd say.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The opposition has 2.5 minutes, and then back to Ms Boyd for 2.5 minutes.
Last time we were discussing Mr Sillis, you indicated that the best of your understanding was that he no longer had any association with the vote on mobility.
That's my recollection, but if that's not accurate, I would correct the record immediately.
Did someone tell you that?
I would say I have read a large amount of briefings as a result of you raising serious allegations in the Parliament about a specific individual. I think there was even an article in the AFR about that particular individual earlier this week that I saw. My understanding was that he is no longer associated with the group that the New South Wales government is procuring from. But if that's not the case, I will correct the record.
Good. I might have a look at that. So I just want to sum up where we got to and put this to you. You made a statement in relation to the delivery of the new facility at Nowra, and you issued your media release. In circumstances where now there are allegations relating to slave labour, tax defaulting, phoenixing, work health and safety convictions, and potentially other security concerns, which I may raise with you later, will you withdraw your glowing assessment of the awarding of that contract?
So I spent a bit of time in opposition, and that's called a sum-up question. What I would say is you have raised serious allegations that we are investigating at the moment, and I will take action if required as a result of those allegations. I maintain my commitment to spending more of our government procurement dollars here in New South Wales and implementing a robust system that allows that to occur. If you have genuine feedback and ways that we can improve that, Mr Tudorhope, I'm happy to take that on board. I'm happy to hear that feedback, because the system that we inherited from you and the lack of action and the deliberate decisions to offshore contracts over more than a decade meant that we have a lot of work to do. So if this is another road to Damascus conversion that you've made as you've gone to opposition, I'm happy to take the feedback on board. We'll investigate the allegations, and if we need to make changes, we will.
Thank you, Minister. Ms Boyd.
Thank you. I just have a really quick one. Minister, your government is not particularly good when it comes to your ministerial disclosures in terms of detail. And I can't help but note, again, and we did raise this last estimates as well, that your disclosures are not particularly fulsome. We have things like where it just says roundtable or portfolio matters, meet and greet. Will you noting full well that the rest of Cabinet is not particularly better, but will you lead the way by putting a bit more detail in? These are less detail than what we used to get from the Liberals.
I'd say I make all of the disclosures that I'm required to make, and I do them in accordance with the guidelines that are in place. And my understanding is that the guidelines are the same as previously. If you've got specific questions about any of the meetings that are in my ministerial disclosures, I'm happy to talk to you about them, either here or there's a range of accountability forums that we have within the Parliament. I'd make this point. I try and meet with, across the broad range of portfolios that I have, a range of different stakeholders and hear perspectives. There's obviously limits to my time and my ability to do that, but that's certainly, I genuinely believe that we don't have a monopoly on good ideas, and that the best public policy is formulated in consultation with the people who are affected by it.
Yeah.
So I try and listen to a broad range of voices,
And
but if you've got a specific question
I
about...
agree with that, and that's why I think it's a shame that we don't have any detail as to what you're meeting in relation to. And there are some of your colleagues put in actual information as to which portfolio it is, what the roundtable's in relation to, is it in particular policy development. They put that information in.
Okay.
Not many of them, but some of them do. Yours are particularly thin on the ground.
Okay.
If you could just add a little bit more detail, I think. incredibly helpful.
I said earlier, frank feedback is good feedback. I'll take that on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd. Well, seems there's only 13 seconds to go. Oh, hold. I think we have a question from Mr. Lawrence.
Thank you,
Mr.
Chair.
Lawrence, fire away.
Thank you, Minister. In light of obviously a lot of concern about events up north, I was wondering if you could give the committee an update on government preparations for landfall of Tropical Cyclone Alfred.
Yeah, so thanks very much, Mr. Lawrence. It's a really important question, and certainly the community, I think the state broadly, but definitely the Northern Rivers community and the government is very much focused on the Tropical Cyclone Alfred and making preparations. I'd say that the government broadly is making a range of preparations. I know, speaking to the different departments that I work with, they're making specific preparations. I'd encourage the community to follow the advice of emergency services, prepare to evacuate when told, and I'd also just acknowledge that that particular part of the state has had a really tough few years, and to have to confront this again so soon is certainly the reason why the government's focused on it. The Premier is absolutely focused on it. I ran into the Emergency Services Minister yesterday as he was making his preparations as well, that this is a really difficult time for the community, and we're taking some very specific steps. Like I say, more broadly, we're working on it. I had a specific conversation yesterday with the Deputy Secretary, and I probably just passed to him just for a really brief update. I'd say there's the sad consequences of having so many of these really difficult circumstances in recent years is that they know how to kick into action, and so there's a range of things that they've got ready to sort of get out of the way initially, and just make sure that the community is best supported during this difficult time. But I might just pass to the Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Minister. So Revenue New South Wales, in the immediate time when a disaster is occurring, it is absolutely our role is not to cause further angst, aggravation. So as information comes through to us, which when we're connected into the most current data, we pause all activities connected to issuing assessments, compliance actions, debt collection, and issuing fines, and have systems and processes in place that anything that slips through the cracks in terms of a camera might still be issuing fines, that we catch it before distributing to affected people. Similarly, people can be affected, their property can be affected in these times that have ongoing impacts to their ability to meet debts, or be it land tax obligations, payroll tax, duties, affairs, that we'd encourage them to anyone affected to contact us. We've got staff trained and ready to give tailored solutions to people that need it, and we're ready to support however we're needed. We also, in past disasters, have also worked very closely with Service New South Wales in supporting their administration of grants. So working with my colleagues at Service New South Wales, whether there's any capacity support they need to pivot to to provide the most current and useful and helpful support.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair. That's the government questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lawrence, and thank you very much for that answer. Well, we will now break and reconvene at 11:15. Thank you very much. The time being 11:16, we'll now recommence with some more questions from the opposition. Mrs.
My turn. Thank you, Chair. Morning, Minister. I just want to pick up actually on a line of questioning started by Ms Abigail Boyd just in relation to your diary disclosure. We've seen that on October the 6th last year you met with Mandela Partners and the Australian Biodiversity Climate Foundation. What was the purpose of that meeting?
Sorry, can you just give me that date again?
October 6th, 2024.
Sure. October 6th. I have just got them here. I thought it's probably just helpful for me to pull that up. Sorry, what was it? You said the October.
So Mandela Partners and the Australian Biodiversity Climate Foundation.
Yeah, so I broadly recall the meeting. I just can't find
That's fine.
the 6th of October.
Yeah, but can you tell me if you broadly recall it, what was the purpose of the meeting?
So that was in relation to my responsibilities as a shareholding minister for Forestry Corp.
Okay. And obviously you'd be aware that Mandala are doing work on the Great Koala National Park.
Yes.
With the groups, the ABCF, who are not fans of the forestry industry, I think is a fair assessment to make. Did you talk about the Great Koala National Park at that meeting?
So I recall reading some media coverage about some controversy, and I think maybe I received some correspondence in relation to Mandela Partners and the work that they were
but
doing.
my question was, did you talk about the Great Koala National Park at that meeting?
I don't recall whether we specifically spoke about the Great Koala National Park at that meeting, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
That would be great. Did you talk? You just mentioned you talked about your role as a shareholder minister. Was the future of the New South Wales forestry industry a topic of discussion at that meeting?
Again, I'd have to come back to you on notice in relation. I don't.
That's
have,
okay.
You've given me a date
because of your forestry role, and I'm assuming. Well, what did you talk about if it wasn't related to the national park or the forestry?
You've given me a date that I'm not sure is correct, so I can't find the.
You recall the meeting, Minister? You just said you remember the meeting. We're just trying to work out what did you actually discuss with those stakeholders at that meeting. It's not a trick question.
So again, I'm just going to work through you've asked me a series of questions now without sort of allowing me to give you an answer. You've asked me, do you want to ask me one specific question?
I would like, you had a meeting.
The problem is you asked me a question with a premise that was incorrect, which said that it was
So you didn't have a meeting with those individuals?
No, I did have a meeting,
Okay.
but you're telling me that it was on the 6th of November.
That's
I've got
the
my
information.
ministerial,
No,
the 6th of October.
That's the information that we have from your ministerial diary. But
well, the ministerial disclosure that I've got sitting in front of me doesn't say that date. So I'm just saying, if you want me to provide you with
surely
an accurate answer.
Point of order.
I mean,
you know you met with them.
Point of order's been taken. I think I know what it is.
Dear. It's just going to be, could we afford the Minister the opportunity to actually answer the question or to seek, I think she was actually just trying to seek clarification that she was going to answer the question about the correct meeting. So I ask that we afford her that.
Yes, let's give our witnesses the opportunity to answer. You have plenty of time, Mrs Mitchell, so...
I've got a lot of questions.
I'm sure you do, but just give the Minister a bit more time to answer, please.
Okay, have you met with Mandala Partners and the Australian Biodiversity Climate Foundation more than once that you can recall?
I don't think I've met with them more than once.
Okay, so the meeting that you had with them, and if you're saying the October 6th date is incorrect, fine, but that's actually not the point. The point is you've met with them. I would like to know, what was the topic of discussion at that meeting? Was it the Great Koala National Park? Was it the future of the forestry industry? What was the purpose of that meeting?
So, again, because I'm not sure you've provided me with that.
Okay, it's the 6th of November. Sorry, I had the wrong date. It's the 6th of November.
Okay, all right.
Okay, doesn't change the meeting. You
No,
just said
but-
to Miss Boyd that you're happy to be transparent about what's in your diary. I'm asking you about a meeting. What did you talk about at the meeting? That's the question.
So, yes, I met with them, and yes, that's true. Your original question that asked me about October is incorrect. It was in November. It was in relation to my responsibilities as a shareholding minister in Forestry Corp. You would be aware that I'm not the portfolio minister for Forestry Corp, so the responsibilities that I have in relation to shareholding minister is slightly different from the portfolio minister. In relation to the specifics of that meeting, I might actually just take it on notice and come back to you.
Okay,
because you've asked me very specific questions in relation to.
If you take that on notice, that's great.
No.
I've got many more things I need to ask you, Minister. taking on notice, that's fine. I know you just made the point about not being the sort of main portfolio minister, but as a shareholder minister, does the native forestry industry have your 100% support?
I'd say that that as a minister in the government with an industry that's a key contributor to the state's economy, we understand the importance of the role. We have got some election commitments. You raised the Great Koala National Park, and we've got some election commitments in relation to that the portfolio minister and the Minister for the Environment are working through. But it's certainly, I would say this, the forestry industry is an important part of the state's economy.
Okay, thanks, Minister. I want to take you to royalties for rejuvenation, which I've asked you about at previous hearings. As of today, can you tell me what is the current balance for the royalties for rejuvenation fund?
I think I can, if you'll just give me one moment. Now, the Royalties for Rejuvenation Fund is a fund that was set up under the previous government, and broadly, I would say we continued our commitment to continue to put, I think it's $25 million off the top of my head each year.
Yep.
Towards supporting coal reliant communities. The most recent data I have here is it's at the 30th of November is $107.4 million. And if we have more up-to-date information, that's the most up-to-date information that we have.
And you just mentioned the $25 million per year. Will there be $25 million deposited on the 1st of July this year?
Yeah, so I'm advised that the fund is paid each financial year and that it's deposited after the budget's handed down.
Okay, thank you. I asked you about this last time and also put it in a supplementary question, but with respect I didn't sort of get much of an answer. Is it true that in August 2023 the collective chairs of the expert panels from the 4 regions provided a recommendation that the government consider opening an initial round of fund for applications? Is that true?
Look, if you've asked me or you've asked me a supplementary question, then I probably provided an answer. I know that the expert panels did provide some advice, but in terms of when they provided it, and I might just take that one on notice if that's okay.
That would be great. If you could take on notice what date either you or the department received the correspondence and whether or not you gave a formal reply back, that would be great.
Yeah, sure.
If you need to take that on notice, that's fine. There's also $2.5 million, I'm told, allocated to operational expenses each year of the $25 million. How much was spent on operational expenses in the last financial year?
So that's a specific question that might be best answered from the Deputy Secretary. While she brings up her note, I might just make the point. The answer that I gave to Ms Boyd earlier in relation to our future jobs and investment authorities, I said we're doing a body of work to establish what our model should be.
Yeah,
that's a big body of work, and that's one focus of the funding that we're receiving through that. The other, and as part of that work, we have actually set up a dedicated team across government to drive economic development and job creation in the region. So while we finalise the model, we are continuing to do the foundation work.
Sure. I'm just really keen for the operational expenses.
Sure, I can answer that question for you. So just to clarify, it's the operational expenses from the 2.5 million.
Yes.
Yep. So the year to date is $252,600.
Okay.
And that is largely spent on staffing costs.
Okay, thank you. Last time, Minister, in a supplementary question, you said that the fund doesn't accrue interest, but it does receive an investment return. How much is that investment return?
That's a great question. I understand that it's a special deposit account that's held by New South Wales Treasury, so perhaps I should pass over to the Treasury.
I don't have that question to hand, but I'm more than happy to get a response for you on notice.
Thank you, Mr. Cootstrotter. I would appreciate that.
Yep.
Minister, I guess, and I've raised this with you before, I guess the concern from mining impacted communities is that I think you said there's $100 million sitting in that fund. It's not being spent in any sort of real way for communities that will need to transition. Why is it just in a holding pattern? Why are we not seeing the benefits of that fund flow out into the community?
Well, I don't accept the premise of your question, which is that it's just in a holding pattern.
Were you spending any?
I don't accept the premise of your question that the work that we're doing with coal-reliant communities is that we're in a holding pattern. We are continuing to work in partnership with these communities. I outlined in great detail to Ms Boyd earlier about the work that we've undertaken. We inherited a fund, or with a little bit of money from your government. What we didn't inherit was a plan for the future, and that is what we are developing in partnership with local communities.
Okay, so you've got, and I accept, you've got your future jobs and investment authorities that you're setting up, which you talked about before. But the expert panels that were in place under the previous government, and I think you thanked them in the last estimates hearing, are those panels still in place at the moment?
So I think we've paused the panels at this point because, I mean, I heard
are the
you
chairs and the members still being paid?
You scoffed earlier when I used the jigsaw analogy that the Premier uses in relation.
This isn't about me, Minister.
Right.
I'm asking you, are the panel chairs and members of the previous expert panels, and I accept it's the right of a new government to change direction, I'm not arguing that, but are the panel chairs and members still being paid of the old framework? That is my question.
So my understanding is yes, they are being paid.
Okay, so they've been paused, but they're still being paid.
Yeah.
Okay. So what are they being paid to do? Are you utilising their expertise? How much is that costing the government for them to be being paid while you're doing this transition work?
So again, you've asked me a series of questions. Do you want to ask me one and I can answer that?
Okay. What are they doing and what are they being paid for if you've paused their role?
So again, as I was saying earlier, before you interrupted me, which is that the system that we inherited was these expert panels, and it's worthwhile noting that these expert panels were rolled out in the midst of a pretty contentious by-election campaign by your government. Now, I felt a responsibility as an incoming minister to check the system that we'd inherited, pressure test it, so to speak, and indeed I have particular constraints in relation to these panels that are established through legislation. So we put a lot of work into, as I outlined to Ms Boyd earlier, into developing our proposed model for our future jobs and investment authorities, and we went out to the community and we received a lot of feedback. We received over 90 submissions. We took the time to take that feedback on board, and we released a summary of that feedback in December. So the work on our future jobs and investment authorities is continuing, but the system that I inherited from your government, which I have to say I'm not a fan of, is enshrined in legislation.
Okay.
And before we make legislative changes, I'm going to engage with the community to actually say this is what it looks like for the future.
Okay, thank you. So just so that I can be crystal clear, you are looking to introduce legislation at some point to overturn the royalties for rejuvenation program and implement your new model?
No, so that you just again drew a pretty long bow from what I said.
You said you're wanting legislative change, Minister.
No, I said that the system that I inherited is enshrined in legislation, and therefore they have to get paid. So we are in the process of developing our model, and when we are ready to introduce our model, then I'm happy to forward you the press release.
Sure, but you would have to then change the legislation, presumably, to get rid of the old panels. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not ruling. I don't have an announcement in relation
I'm not
to
asking
this
you
today.
to announce.
I'm telling you about this.
I guess
Point of order, Chair.
Seriously?
Yeah,
Point of
seriously.
order has been taken from Dr. Kane.
Ms Mitchell continues to talk over the Minister after she asks her a series of questions. The Minister's answering. Ms Mitchell, whatever sort of tone of incredulity, it's still rude to speak over the Minister when she's trying to answer.
Yes, let's treat all the witnesses with respect and courtesy at all times, and try not to talk over them.
Okay. Thank you,
Mrs.
Chair.
Mitchell.
So just one last question on this, Minister. When will funding or money from that fund, the 100 odd million that's sitting in there, start to flow out to mining impacted communities?
Once we've finalised our model.
Okay, and do you have any indication as to a time frame for that?
As I said to Ms Boyd earlier, we released a summary of the consultation that we had received in December, and we are going to make an announcement about that model when we are ready to. But the work that we are undertaking at the moment is engaging with, and indeed I personally am continuing to engage with my federal counterparts to seek funding for this really important initiative, and one that the federal government is committed to as well.
Okay, thank you for that. Just turning now to issues out in Broken Hill, have you been able to ascertain, I guess, the sort of economic impact for mining companies during the power outage out there last year? Have you had any information in relation to that?
So the question in relation to the power outage at Broken Hill, this is a really serious issue, and you would be aware that the entire cabinet travelled to Broken Hill. I met directly with a number of the mining companies who operate in Broken Hill to hear about the consequences for them and for the workers and for the businesses. I'd say that the mines themselves played a really important role in those days immediately after the power outage. There were some issues in relation to the power supply that the Energy Minister is probably better placed to provide you with the technical details of, but the mine really pitched in to help in what was a really difficult situation to alleviate some issues in relation to the energy network out there at the time. You asked me a specific question about the economic modelling. About
What the economic impact was in terms of what did it cost the government in royalties, what was the impact of that shutdown, and particularly in relation to the mining industry. I'm just wondering if you had any briefings or any information about what that impact was in dollar terms to the government.
Okay, so I mean, in terms of the impact on our budget, I'd be happy to pass the specific amount. I would say the conversations that I had, and I mean, I think if we're going to talk about the impact of this outage, let's look at what the source of the problem
Minister,
was,
it's
which
a very
was
specific
the privatised
question.
electricity network
Minister,
that we inherited.
It's a very specific question.
I mean, if you want to talk
this
about
is not a joke
economic
for people who live
modelling,
in that community. I would like to know.
We were out there.
I
and
would
heard
like
firsthand.
I'm trying to get a specific figure that the Minister said Ms. Beale may have.
You may well be, Mrs. Mitchell, but the Minister is answering your question. She is being generally relevant, so please desist from talking over the top of her.
I'd say it is a really serious issue.
Yes.
That's why the entire cabinet went out there and got briefed by the local member, Roy Butler. I met with workers who had been put off, I met with workers affected by the power outage. I met with the mining companies. The entire cabinet had meetings and heard about the impact, and I'd say that the financial impact on those companies from immediately shutting off the power to enormous operations was very significant. In relation to the specific impact on royalties, I'm happy to take that on notice.
If you take that on notice, that would be great.
I'm not sure whether we would have that kind of specific.
If you can take it on notice and whatever you can provide,
yeah, sure.
That would be fine. Just sticking with Broken Hill and Cobalt Blue, I'm told they wrote to you in October last year asking for urgent government support as fixed-term contracts relating to their Broken Hill Centre will end on the 31st of March of this year. Do you recall that correspondence?
Yeah, so Cobalt Blue, I actually met with them when I was in Broken Hill. I'd also acknowledge, again, they've written to me on several occasions, and the local member, Roy Butler, again, has raised the issue of Cobalt Blue with me. They are seeking a direct government grant to continue their operations, I believe, and that is not something that the New South Wales government has funding for at this point in time. We are looking for some alternative sources of funding across different grants programs across the government for them, but it's a really difficult situation that they find themselves in as a result of the international commodity prices for that product.
But I guess, Minister, surely you'd appreciate, you spoke earlier in the hearing about the importance of critical minerals. You've got a company asking for help. They've got, I think, 26 days until they lose those fixed-term contracts. People will lose their jobs. So just to be clear, there's no support that the New South Wales government can provide to that company. Is that correct?
I don't agree with the premise of your question. I would say that we have encouraged them to apply for the Regional Development Trust, which is the appropriate place that would be able to provide them with funding. We absolutely understand the importance of critical minerals projects. That's why we released an updated critical minerals strategy last year, and that talks about the opportunities. But we don't have a grants program. Sorry, the focus of our critical minerals strategy is in relation now a $250 million royalty deferral program that is designed specifically to provide targeted support to projects as they try and get off the ground. I've met with the company on multiple occasions and encourage them to, and I understand they have applied for the regional development.
Sure.
Oh, okay,
I'm
sorry.
not sure if they
I'm not sure they have, but I
Right.
certainly know we provide them with
it's a
that
bit
information.
of, okay, it's just a bit of a mixed message when you're wanting to support new companies, but existing companies want support and it's not available. I just
Yeah, I just make this
yeah.
point. We
Doesn't seem
we
to make a lot of
absolutely
sense.
want to be able to support critical minerals projects, and indeed I opened a new mine just last year out in Cobar, but ultimately the mine's success and value will be determined by international commodity markets. It's not going to be determined by individual grants programs. So we engage with these companies, we offer them support where appropriate, but that's what's going to determine the ultimate success and failure of most of these projects.
Thanks, Minister.
Thank you. I've got some questions about revenue for New South Wales. And that is, there's been a surprising decline in the revenue that we were forecast to receive from the point of consumption tax on online wagering. I think the forecast in the budget was $320 million per year. The half-yearly review said that was $280 million per year, and that's in the context of online wagering becoming more popular, more people are gambling that way and spending more money. Yet we are getting, it looks like that effectively that revenue has tapered off and declining. I asked some questions of the Treasurer yesterday. In terms of that under the Act, the Betting Tax Act 2001, is New South Wales in any multi-jurisdictional agreements for the collection of point of consumption tax with other states?
That is a great question, Mr. Buckingham, and I did see your questions about the revenue projections
Yes.
in relation to the point of consumption tax to the Treasury yesterday, and I have to say I found them interesting, and we're going to make some more inquiries in relation to that. In terms of whether we are in any specific multi-jurisdictional
Are we signatories
agreements?
to any multi-jurisdictional, that is agreements between other states and territories for the collect, because it's
Yeah, it's a
set
great
out
question.
in the Act, which I think constitutionally is a pretty interesting issue. But I didn't know we were collecting taxes from other states, but apparently we can. Are we?
That's a very good question. I might pass to the Chief Commissioner.
Thanks, Mr.
might
Kutschotter.
pass
Who will
back to
want to
me.
pass it to Liquor and Gaming? I think it's a
Yeah,
question
that-
for... Because
yeah.
Revenue New South Wales' role is to administer the tax, issue assessments and reassessments and collect the tax. So Liquor and Gaming manage the compliance and the relationships about it. So
Yes, but are you collecting tax from any other states, point of consumption tax from any other state or territories?
I believe not, but I'll take it on notice to confirm. If as in specifically through Revenue New South Wales, I'm not sure. I'll take it on notice to come back to you.
In yesterday, so Revenue New South Wales, does it conduct the audits of the collection of that tax?
No, that's Liquor and Gaming.
That's Liquor and Gaming.
Correct.
That you have no role in reviewing the compliance of the licensed betting service providers under the POCT with the Act?
That's correct. We don't have a... That's not our function. That's Liquor and Gaming, New South Wales.
Okay, all right, thank you. I'll raise it with them. Thank you.
Thanks.
Ms. Fairman.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, Minister. Back to the critical minerals list. Firstly, I'm curious as to why the submissions to the review or the new strategy aren't public.
That's a good question. I might take that one on notice if that's okay. I can't recall whether we took a specific decision about that. We did do a lot of work on the critical mineral strategy, and I held a roundtable here at Parliament House. I met with a range of different organisations. I know the department did a lot of work. I just have to take that one on notice.
Was that was on a public discussion paper?
On the public, yeah, we released a public discussion paper, I think, on that one.
Yeah, we did, and usually when we ask for submissions, you need to have up front if they're going to be publicly released. And when we called for submissions, that was not there, so we'd have to go back to every individual submission to check that they'd be happy to release their. And so what we've done instead is a summary, and that obviously
So
informed the final strategy.
Is that the department's reason that that sentence wasn't there in the original calling for submissions? Is that the department's reason?
Well, there was a number of consultation that was done, different methods. It was the roundtable, it was the submissions, and that was all summarised and informed the final strategy. So the federal critical minerals strategy process was very transparent. I had a look at it the other day. There's 82 public submissions, very extensive submissions. Summary of those submissions to be able to justify where the government landed. Minister, do you think in the future that for things like this, that, for example, this is the critical minerals strategy, but I'll ask you soon about the statement on coal, for example, but other policies that submissions should be publicly available? Is that a principle that your government stands by? Transparency?
That was a long sort of question with a couple of different parts to it. So let me say this. Yes, we are committed to transparency. Yes, we do want to engage with it. And when we're talking about the critical minerals strategy, you and I received a briefing from the department about the way that the previous government had done their critical minerals strategy, which was no public consultation, no community engagement. And so we took that on board, or I took that on board, and we took that on board. And so we opened for submissions. We certainly held roundtables and took other sort of forms of informal feedback. I would say this, we have to balance the confidentiality or the ability to receive confidential information and for that to inform our strategy and then the need to publicly disclose it. But it sounds like there was an administrative issue in this particular case. So I'd say...
How many submissions were received?
I don't know if I have that. I think it was a process that was managed through the department. I don't have that information here. I mean, we can try and come back to you with an answer if we like.
Yes, thank you. That would be useful. So, how does the New South Wales government? How do you define a critical mineral?
It's 36. I can just
36.
36 submissions were received.
Thank you. I mean, let's go back to that. Actually, 36. That's not that many. Just in the spirit of transparency, to if it was because of that clerical error, to contact them to mirror what the Australian government has done and to contact them and say, sorry, we failed to check that this was okay to go public. Are you okay with your submission going public? You know how it works with upper house inquiries, Legislative Council inquiries. Minister, most people are fine with it, their submissions being public, and if they want some information kept confidential, the committee keeps that information confidential, including the whole submission. Will you go back to the 32 stakeholders to see if we can get those submissions public?
So I'm advised that that's a standard process in terms of the way the department operates, that if they call for submissions, then they are normally kept confidential. It's not a parliamentary inquiry process, it's a process that's run through the department. But I take your feedback on board. You know, there is there is a need for transparency. So I'll take the feedback on board.
What do you think the difference is between the state Natural Resources Department and the federal, in terms of the federal publishing 82 submissions and the state not? Why do you think that difference? Why does the New South Wales Department get away with being less transparent on something like this? What's the excuse?
Well, no, I think you just brought this matter to my attention. I wasn't aware that the federal submissions were made public and the state ones were. I will take the feedback on board.
And so it's now, so instead of a mistake, just to be clear, Ms. Beattie, instead of an error at that time, it's now become government policy in the space of 5 minutes of this question. It's the department's policy.
It's not unusual to have a process where you receive submissions and you summarise those submissions to get to the final outcome, which was the strategy that was released. So it's not a policy as such, but I would say it's quite a common practice across government that you don't necessarily publish every submission.
Yeah.
It wasn't an intention to not be transparent.
It is part of it's the purpose of my question, though, because governments have also published submissions to a huge range of policy reviews, to a huge range of discussion papers. The submissions are published. This government doesn't tend to do that very much, and I'm just wanting to get to the bottom of why it happened in this particular situation, but I've been told that this is largely what the department does for everything. That be fair?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
okay.
you've brought the matter to our attention. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, so what's the government's definition of a critical mineral?
So you would be aware that the development of critical minerals is a relatively new process, and that each state and each state and also the federal government has a slightly different approach in relation to the critical minerals that they are prioritising. We looked at the federal list. We looked at what are our comparative advantages here in New South Wales. But we are ones that the emergence of critical minerals is really the idea that there are specific, highly valuable minerals that we will have, particularly for future industrial uses.
Just before you continue, can I just ask you a couple of questions? Has Revenue New South Wales ever received any revenue because a licensed betting service provider has not taken reasonable steps to capture the physical location of a person making a bet under the point of consumption tax?
I would have to take that on notice, Mr. Buckingham, to come back with clarity. And potentially we will need to talk to Liquor and Gaming about the information and the data that they provide.
Because it seems a very strange circumstance that you establish your location with a betting service provider by just telling them where your residential address is. It says online or by phone. All bets placed online or by phone are captured based on the physical location of the customer when placing the bet. So that is, if a person from Queensland travels here and bets on the races, they should be paying the point of consumption tax here. But the only way of establishing where that person lives is by their residential address. So people travelling interstate to Sydney, as they do, and say gambling here online, should be paying tax here.
No, I think they pay tax in their resident jurisdiction. So if their principal place of residence is in Queensland, regardless of where the bet is placed, the tax is due in the state in which they hold their principal place of residence. Is my understanding, Mr. Buckingham. But
well, I'm reading from Revenue New South Wales' site, and it says all bets placed online or by phone are captured based on the physical location of the customer when placing the bet.
And I do think from inquiries I made last night in response to your questions yesterday, that refers to when you first take out an account with an online betting agency, you have to tell them where your principal place of residence is. That's the information they record, not where you subsequently travel and bet. It's about where you live. Happy to triple check that for you, but that's my understanding.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
thank you. Appreciate that.
I believe that's right, but we'll confirm.
Yeah.
Okay, and if you get back to me on whether or not there's ever been any interest or penalty tax paid by any of these operators too, that would be interesting too.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms Fairman,
Okay.
the rest of the time is yours.
Thank you. Had you finished, Minister? Yes, with the definition.
I'd just say this, they're minerals that we identify that are particularly important for future industrial uses, particularly in relation to clean energy.
So because the Australian government definition, I think most of the definitions of critical mineral, for example, include that they're vulnerable to supply chain disruption. Is that something that's in the New South Wales definition?
In terms of the specific definition, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm happy to... I did actually bring a copy of the strategy here today. I'm not sure if we actually do have a specific definition. I would say my understanding of critical minerals is it's emerged in recent years in response to specific industrial uses that these particular minerals will be, and we call them in high-tech metals as well, because there's a range of them that are required. I'd make this point. I know that each jurisdiction has slightly different lists, and that may stem from slightly different definitions.
Because I think one of the submissions that I have managed to see part of it to the strategy from Australian Strategic Materials, for example, and this is in relation to the very unique situation of the New South Wales government, including silver on the critical minerals list, says that the government should focus its efforts and policy on critical minerals that do not have established supply chains. This is recognising what the definition of critical minerals is in many other jurisdictions, vulnerable to supply chain disruption, and therefore have more hurdles to production. A strategy which includes metals such as, and that's been blanked out, and silver, both which have stable supply chains and hence have stable pricing and market maturity, may dilute the government's focus in promoting projects that are harder to bring to market. That's the kind of point, isn't it?
So that was a long question.
It's not a question, it is a long question. I just read the statement.
Yeah. I'd say this. I'm familiar with the ASM.
Very short question at the end.
I'm familiar. Well, you gave me a long lead-in, so let me just respond to a few parts. It's a submission from the ASM project in Dubbo, which is one that I am familiar with. I met with them at the International Mining and Resources Conference with my federal counterpart Madeleine King last year when they were here. They are an opportunity that's a big project. It's a very exciting project, and it was right for them to provide a submission to the critical mineral strategy. I think they were part of the showcase of projects that we held on the sidelines of the International Mining and Resources Conference to encourage investment in that project. They obviously, their view as a company is that we should be prioritising their particular minerals and critical minerals that they are promoting, and that's appropriate that they provide that feedback. As a government, we take that feedback on board, we look across the rest of the state, and then we make an assessment.
So has the government published the a comprehensive analysis yet about how it came to determine which metals are critical and which aren't? Again, like the Australian government has the analysis behind that. That's the strategy. Is that in there?
So we did a lot of work in relation to our critical minerals and high-tech metals strategy. This is something that took, it was a large body of work that we did. We certainly considered carefully about which critical minerals and high-tech metals we put on the list. And I know that they are different. They're different to other jurisdictions, but that's because we make an assessment about our comparative advantage and what are our best opportunities for investment. That's certainly something that we considered as part of developing that strategy.
I just wanted to turn to a different issue briefly in the time I have left, which is in relation to gold mining exploration licenses, there's a couple of issues that have come up, and I'll probably raise the second one in the next round of questions that I have also, I think, contacted your office about. So the first is, and Mr. Day would be aware of this, I think as well, the individual Gabrielle Govinda and the company Pinpoint Prospecting, which has 3 pending exploration licence applications near Foster, Maitland and Kempsey. There's another company, Historic Gold Mines, which has a pending application. Maybe it's been granted now, actually, for a licence near Coffs Harbour. In August, the company was granted 4 mineral exploration licences. Again, this is all largely gold, near Adelong, Young, Cooma and Oberon. This person, Gabrielle Govinda, ultimate shareholder of Pinpoint Prospecting and Historic Gold Mines. In 2022, he was convicted of these so-called pump and dump schemes, pleaded guilty to 23 counts of market manipulation, 19 charges of illegal dissemination of information relating to manipulation. So he was sentenced at that time to 2.5 years in prison. This is in 2023. He was released immediately on a good behaviour bond. Let's recognise that his behaviour in 2019 was before the law changed to ensure that there were maximum penalties for these offences for 15 years in prison. So the question is, so this is being published in the AFR. I did a German speech on this in the Parliament. I understand the Resources Regulator has visited the landholders that were concerned about this. How can someone with a track record like Gabrielle Govinda be granted exploration licences, multiple gold exploration licences in this state covering thousands of hectares of private property of people's land?
Yeah, I think you were asking perhaps Mr. Day for a more detailed response in relation to those specific.
Just firstly, if you're aware
matters.
of the situation, Minister, as well.
I'm broadly aware that there are some regulatory issues in relation to those particular licences. I wasn't aware of the specifics in relation to the individual mentioned, but that's also why it's the responsibility of the Resources Regulator to make those assessments. I'd say this, I know that the regulator takes a proactive approach to risks, compliance and enforcement, but they are serious allegations that you're raising. I think Mr. Day perhaps can provide you with a specific answer in relation to those.
Yep. So in regard to Pinpoint, so we are investigating that matter in terms of a fit and proper person investigation. It's important to note that the person you're referring to is not a director of Pinpoint, they're a shareholder. The onus for applications relies on the applicant providing all the available information as part of that checking process. But certainly we are looking at, as part of the information, all the information provided. But the searches that we do are very much focused on director level of those companies then when they apply. So he isn't a director of Pinpoint.
We'll come back to that, I think, Mr. Day.
Thank you, Mr. Day. Thank you, Mr. Tudor.
Thank you, Minister. When was the last time you met with Stephen Cartwright?
When he was at a function that I attended at Business Western Sydney last month, I think, from recollection.
Has he provided you with any briefings in relation to the Go Zero involvement with photon mobility?
No. I would say I saw Mr. Cartwright at a Business Western Sydney lunch, at a lunch that was organised, a roundtable discussion with Business Western Sydney.
Do you recall visiting Go Zero in November 2023?
In November 2023, again, that was a function that was coordinated by Business Western Sydney, where I spoke about, I'd just recently been sworn in as the Minister for Domestic Manufacturing Government Procurement. As part of that lunch, I gave a speech about some of the challenges that we were facing, and as part of that, I had the opportunity to look at one of Go Zero's buses.
Yeah. And you were photographed, of course, on one of those buses, were you not?
Yeah, it was in Parramatta.
Did you meet Mr. Sillis when you went out to Go Zero?
No, I didn't. I just want to be clear. I didn't go out to Go Zero.
Right.
I went to a function that was organised by Business Western Sydney. As part of that function, they offered me the opportunity to see one of Go Zero's buses. Mr. Cartwright was there, and we had a look at the bus. I can't remember if we went for a little drive or not, but I know that I had the opportunity to see the bus as part of the business.
When I asked you prior to the break about who advised you that Mr. Sillis is no longer associated with Go Zero, have you had an opportunity of refreshing your memory as to who may have provided you with that advice?
No, I'm happy to take that on notice, Mr. Tudor-Hope, and I said that was my recollection at the time, and I'm happy to be corrected if that is incorrect. As I said to you, you raised some serious allegations about that individual in the Parliament, and so I obviously after that went away and asked a series of questions. I've read a great deal of material after that, and that was my broad recollection. But I think You've raised really specific questions about a contract that's not administered by my department. It's administered by the Department of Transport. There's serious allegations. I think it's appropriate I take that on notice and I come back to you with a proper answer.
Photon announced on Tuesday this week that it would shortly start, I think I raised this with you, advertising for 15 staff required to operate the bus assembly facility. Are you confident that these workers will be safe at this facility, given their risks involved in handling lithium iron phosphate batteries, including their flammability hazard and potential toxicity?
I'm sorry, are you talking about Photon advertising for jobs that are here in New South Wales?
Yes.
I mean, this is again a specific contract that's administered in another department, but I would expect that there's a robust work health and safety regime that you're welcome to ask the Minister for Industrial Relations questions in relation to.
Well, Minister, is it your understanding that the basis on which the contract for the supply of the 126 buses to the New South Wales Government, that's photo mobility distribution, will be creating new jobs in Nowra?
That's my understanding. Good. But again, Mr. Tudor-Hope, if you have specific questions about that contract...
I'm coming to the specific questions.
If you have specific questions about that particular contract, I'd really respectfully suggest that you ask those of the Minister for Transport.
It goes to your procurement policy, Minister.
Okay.
Are you aware that job advertisements for assembly worker bus interior parts have been placed by another company owned by Neil Wang of Photon Mobility, namely KRW Hydron, who's placed the advertisements for those workers?
Sorry, you're asking me if I'm aware that there are job advertisements. No, I'm not. But if you have you got a document that you're reading from there, Mr. Tudor-Hope?
It's a question I'm asking you.
I'm just saying, if you've got a job advertisement there that you have concerns about...
It was a job advertisement on Seek.
A point of order's been taken. Dr. Kane on point of order.
I mean, I think it's a courtesy that if Mr. Tudor-Hope's referring to a particular document or website, and we did this. We did this in. Well, you've just said you were.
I'm not.
You just said you were.
No, I said the job advertisement was on Seek.
Right.
He hasn't got it.
I'm not reading from the document.
I think it's appropriate that we're furnished with that.
We're not obliged to give her anything.
To the point of order, it's an absurdity to suggest that every time that we would mention any type of information that we need to provide some type of document to be tabled, that becomes absurd at that point.
I know.
To the point of order, though, Chair.
Dr. Kane.
It allows the Minister to answer the question if she's furnished with the information so that she can actually provide a legitimate question on the basis of the question being asked. Otherwise, either it's a stunt or Mr. Tudor-Hope doesn't want the answer.
Order. I won't uphold the point of order. It would be completely dysfunctional if members had to provide all documentation to witnesses every time they asked a question. If the Minister really does need that document tabled before she can answer, or doesn't trust Mr. Tudor-Hope's rendition of the document, then she can say so. So I won't uphold the point of order, Mr. Tudor-Hope.
Minister, are you aware that KRW Hydron was set up by Hydron Australia Inc., a subsidiary of Hydron Inc., which is set up in the United States and China by Terry Mo Chen?
No, I'm not
No,
aware
good,
of the
thank you.
specific company.
And that Neil Wang,
I'm
she just said
not-
she wasn't aware.
I'm not aware of the specific company that you're referring to. Do you have a specific question in relation?
I just asked you whether, are you aware? The answer was no.
No, I'm not aware of
No.
the
Thank
finer
you.
details.
Are you aware that Hydron Inc. and Terry McCoe Chen's other company, TU Simple, have been implicated in economic espionage involving illegal transfer of technology in breach of US Foreign Investment Risk Review Modernisation Act?
No.
No, good, thank you. Minister, what about the attempted...
Can I just in order to answer your questions, Mr. Tudor-Hope,
I'm asking you whether you're aware. I'm putting a proposition to you.
No,
Are you
but-
aware? The answer was no.
Well, I'm asking you specifically
I'm asking the questions, Minister. Minister,
Point of order's been taken. I'm not quite sure who by. Both of you at exactly the same time.
Well, I'll start with mine.
We'll go with Dr. Kane.
Mr. Tudor's line of questioning seems to be very unrelated to anything, and he seems to be unprepared to demonstrate how it's related
Coming to a
to
conclusion.
anything with the ministers. Well, I mean, you keep peppering the minister with questions about things which seem completely out of the scope of her portfolios, so I think it's reasonable to ask Mr. Tudor-Hope to at least give the context as to why he's asking these questions so the minister can answer.
I'm not sure that that's a point of order, Dr.
Thank you.
Kane, but Mr. Tudor-Hope, if you could provide some
thank you.
context
I'll come to our next
avoid the suspense, that would be
proposal.
excellent.
Minister, are you aware that the attempted illegal shipment of 24 A1000 NVDIA chips in Australia by TU Simple, Too Simple, with concerns the chips were destined for China in breach of US law?
I'm sorry, Mr. Tudor-Hope, you're asking me about something with acronyms in breach of US law.
I'm putting to you that the company Too Simple sought to import chips from the United States in breach of US
Sorry, they sought to import
technology
them
law.
to Australia?
Through Australia.
Through Australia. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
but
just
point of order-
interested.
Just unsure how this relates to the portfolio. So I raise a relevance
yeah,
question.
if you
And
could,
I come to the next question.
if you could come to the next question.
You have praised the high quality products to be delivered from Neil Wang's proposed facility in Nowra. Are you concerned about his close links with Terry Mo Chen, given the history of alleged breaches of US law by Mr. Chen?
Again, Mr. Tudor-Hope, these are quite serious allegations that you're raising here. If you have some documents to support them, I would be happy to have a look at those.
They're all on the public record, Minister.
Where are they on the public record,
They're on
Mr.
the
Tudor-Hope?
public record. Minister, in your media release...
Well, sorry,
of the
I'm sorry, Mr. Tudor-Hope. You've raised.
I'm asking the questions, Minister.
You've
Minister-
raised some allegations there that are serious that I would like to be able to provide an answer to. But in order to provide an answer, I need you to provide me some more information.
well,
so if
Just-
you would
just
like
on
to,
that, if you could provide the minister and the committee and like some evidence of where they're available on the
Yeah, thank you.
public record, that'd be helpful, Mr. Tudor-Hope.
Good, thank you. Minister, your media release of 30th of January 2025...
Mr. Lawrence, on a point of order.
I'm not sure if I understood the ruling correctly, but I thought, Chair, that you were saying that Mr. Tudor-Hope should do that now.
Yes.
Yeah,
Because the
so
we
minister
know what's going on.
had queried the question, so...
Well, I will produce.
that was the
We'll
point of it.
produce them shortly. I've got them upstairs, so they're all on the public record as my thing. But if you want me to photocopy them off the photo record, I will provide them.
Okay.
Minister, your media release of the 30th of January 2025 described Photon Mobility Distribution as an Australian-owned company. Is that correct?
look, I have to say I can't find a copy of my media release amongst my documents here, but I'll have to take you on face value about that one.
Well, when you made that assertion, and as take it from me you did you have any reason to be confident that it would remain an Australian-owned company for the duration of its current contract with the New South Wales Government and for the duration of bus panel 4 on which it is an approved supplier?
So that's a long question. You asked about whether it will be an Australian-owned company and whether I have confidence in that. I'd have to take that part of the question on notice to see whether we assess that as part of the procurement process. In relation to whether a company is Australian-owned or whether it's not, you might be aware that the federal government has just made an announcement either today or perhaps they made it yesterday. The Federal Minister for Industry, Ed Husic, made the announcement after lots of work at a federal level about what an Australian company is. Now, this is really interesting and important work that's going to inform our local content policies and the work that we're doing in this space, and we're certainly engaging with our federal colleagues about it. It's something that's been raised with me by industry, and it's a real challenge for us as we try and spend more of our procurement dollars here in New South Wales and the questions of ownership. So I'd take that part of the question on notice in relation to what are the specific checks that we put in the procurement process, unless someone's happy to sort of answer it now. But I'd also say flag that as an area for future reform after the federal government's announcement today.
Well, are you aware that the AFR reported on the 27th of February 2025 of a deal that will see UHL, United H2 Limited, take full control of Go Zero and its many subsidiaries from majority owner Kyriakos Silis, Halifax Central, and this includes EV truck maker Photon Mobility?
I'm aware of that. I read the press release.
Yeah, are you aware?
I'm aware of the... Yeah, I read the press release.
Yeah. So you're aware that Go Zero will be wholly owned by a US company?
Yeah, look, I'd make this point in relation to you're asking me about whether I'm aware about the finer details of particular corporations and how they interact. The key thing that is driving our procurement policy is how we can spend more of the money here in New South Wales, how we can be spending more of the money in Australia, and how we can be supporting local jobs and local businesses and local investment. I want to make this point really clear. It doesn't mean that foreign companies can't invest in New South Wales. And like I said, there are some recent developments at a federal level that we will look at closely. We talked a lot about local content. We've talked about those in previous hearings here. This is policy that we are continuing to pursue a reform agenda in, but the key driving factor here is driving more local jobs, because we know that for every local job in domestic manufacturing, it supports a further 3.5 in the supply chain. We want more of those jobs here in New South Wales.
Are you aware that the majority of the $400 million takeover is financed by two foreign companies, the Carlyle Group and TOR Investment Management?
Again, Mr. Tudor-Hope, I told you I've read the press release. I am broadly aware that Go Zero has gone through some changes in relation to its management structure. If you have specific allegations about contracts that they have with the New South Wales government, I'm happy to take them on notice.
I've raised a lot of them today, Minister.
And I've taken them on notice as you've raised them previously, and we are going to investigate those serious allegations that you've raised. But they're not answers that anyone here... There's a broad number of public servants who are here who are ready to answer your questions, but none of them, and neither can I, answer specific questions about a specific contract that is managed within a different department.
Minister, are there any provisions in the New South Wales procurement framework addressing defence and security matters?
That's an excellent question. I know there's a range of due diligence requirements, but perhaps I'm getting a nod from the Deputy Secretary. I might take the specific requirements on notice.
Well, are you aware that CATL, the company making the batteries to be used in both Photon and Newton bus, was placed on the US Department of Defence blacklist on the 6th of January 2025? As it was considered to be a Chinese military company?
No, I wasn't aware of that particular blacklisting. I am aware that we do procure, as your government did, from a range of different bus providers, some of which use those batteries.
Yeah. Should the New South Wales government be procuring goods made by a Chinese military company?
I'd expect that the procurement process, the robust procurement process and the due diligence process that we've covered in extensively this morning would have checks along the way that would assess a range of issues to make sure that the products that we are receiving are high quality.
Well, Minister, previously I was asked to provide documents which supported a series of the matters which I have pointed to you. You have a ministerial office, don't you?
Yes, I have a ministerial office.
Have they done any of this work looking at in relation to the issues which I had raised in the Parliament and am raising with you today? Have they done any work relating to informing themselves and advising you in respect of potential issues with this contract?
So, have we taken the allegations that you raised in the Parliament seriously? Yes, I took them on board. Did I refer them to my office? Yes. Did we refer them to the relevant department that administers that specific contract? Yes. Are they investigating it at the moment? Yes.
Well, why would you be asking me to produce documents to inform you of all these issues which I am raising with you?
Because you are raising specific allegations with me that I am taking seriously and I would like to action and make sure that we have followed up on. If you want to provide additional documentation, Mr. Tudor-Hope, that's within your purview, but it's also within my purview to ask you to provide them.
In view of the allegations, wouldn't it be something you would be asking your office to do?
Sorry, you've just asked me a series of questions.
In view of the allegations which are contained in some of the questions that I have asked you today, wouldn't it be something that you would be asking your office to do?
You're now asking me a hypothetical question about
Why?
how
You just said your office
I
was
get.
doing stuff.
You're asking me about whether I should do this. I'm saying if you have serious allegations, I would like additional documentation.
I've made the allegations contained in the questions I've asked you. Would you be getting your office to, in fact, do
Yes,
the work?
yes, of course.
Good,
That's what we
thank you.
did when they were raised previously, and we've referred them to the Department of Transport. I'm trying to assist you here, Mr. Tudor-Hope, which is you're raising allegations and I'm referring them to the relevant place that can
point of order
provide
was taken
you
to assist you,
that
Minister,
can
for me to
well,
provide you
Mr.
with
Tudor-Hope, it
documents.
works best if I let you finish your questions, and then you should let me finish my answers. And so, if you have raised new allegations today, if you have documentation to support those allegations, I would encourage you to provide that to me here in this forum or separately to me or to my office. We will then, I just want to be really clear with you though, Mr. Tudor-Hope, we will then, as we have previously, raise those with the Department of Transport. The individual contracts are managed within the individual departments of transport. As when we talked about modern slavery, there are different specific requirements across different departments, and they make those assessments and they administer those contracts. As the Minister for Procurement, my expectation is that they have robust probity and regulatory and diligence processes in place. And my interest is then seeing, is there a systemic problem that we need to solve? And then we will do that. I'm not going to rule that out today.
Let me summarise, in fact, the issues which I have raised with you, which should be the subject of procurement policy, and which are highlighted by the contract which you were advocating for and became a cheerleader for.
Order, that's not a question.
I'm putting this to you, Minister. These are slave labour, tax defaulting, phoenixing, work health and safety convictions, sale to foreign companies, economic espionage and defence and security concerns. In the circumstances that those concerns have now been raised with you, Minister, will you be conducting an investigation and reviewing the contract with Photon Mobility?
Yeah, but I will, as you have raised those allegations previously that are currently being investigated. If there are new allegations which you have said to me, and I will take you on face value that you have raised new allegations today, we will refer those to the Department of Transport and investigate those, which is the appropriate place for the individual organisation that is administering the contract, that they will investigate it. I make this point, Mr. Tudor-Hope. These are significant and serious issues. So if you have additional information that you would like to provide through this forum or alternatively, then we will refer it to the appropriate place to be investigated. I want to make this really clear. You've raised concerns around modern slavery. This is something that we have broad program of work on that we are addressing. You have raised questions around tax evasion and financial arrangements of particular companies. My expectation as the Minister for Government Procurement is that individual departments have, as is appropriate, a risk-based approach to assess these contracts. If there are specific examples of that not working, I'm happy to take that on board and investigate those. I will look at them, my office will look at them. Ultimately, the departments will be the ones that are appropriately placed to be investigating them and reporting them back. But the system of procurement that we inherited from your government is one that we are already in the midst of making changes to. We will continue to make changes to. One of the central challenges that we face is the lack of information that comes back into the procurement board. Now, I've taken some steps to address that. We have more work to do on that. But again, Mr. Tudor-Hope, I would implore you, if you have additional information that you would like to provide, then please do that.
Thank you. Just before I go to Ms. Fairman, some more on the POCTA. I'd just like to inform the committee that after 10 years of holding a Bet365 account, just this very morning at 11:15, I received an email requiring me to confirm my residential address. So, good afternoon, Bet365. Hello, and I'm glad you're paying attention.
That's one of the
we
three
are
people,
in the
Chair.
Legislative Council, and in that regard. Oh, exactly. And they've also asked for strange enough to use my location services, which is something that they should probably be doing with everyone. Yes, so, and I've allowed, they can know where I am because I know where they are. Now, just on that issue, there's not a lot of clarity because I'm going to the Calculate website, and it does say this, and I don't want to quibble with the Secretary or the Chief Commissioner. It does say this: you must take reasonable steps to identify your physical location of the person making the bet. You can rely on the betting service provider, the residential address. But then it goes on to say you must use an alternative address if you know or suspect the residential or business address isn't the physical location of the person making the bet. The physical location of the bet. For example, where a customer discloses to the phone operator that they are currently in New South Wales and their residential address is in another state. That seems to be the opposite of what you were saying.
It does, and I will seek further particulars.
Because the outcome
confusing.
of that is potentially this state is missing out on hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue that goes to support the racing industry, the greyhound industry, whether or not you support them or not, GWIC, these other entities, and so and I was up until yesterday able to change my residential address to the Northern Territory, where a betting company only pays a 5% POC.
Are you admitting to fraud here?
Pardon?
Are you admitting to a fraud?
I was testing out. I was doing some research. I rapidly changed it back once, but Bet365 sent me the memo. But the point there is that there seems to be a loophole and a disincentive for these online gaming agencies to be acting to ensure the location of these wagerers.
No, thank you. I appreciate you raising the issue. We'll pursue it.
Okay, thank you very much, Secretary. Thank you very much, Bet365.
Okay, all right. Why don't we start with, not sure if this has been asked this morning yet, Minister, but what is the update in terms of the timeline for a new statement on coal, for this state to have a statement on coal that wasn't written by the National Party's John Barilaro?
Yes, we have spoken about it previously. We haven't spoken about it today. This is something that we've commenced work on, and that's underway. The first tranche of that work was in relation to mapping the existing coal mines that operate in New South Wales and their existing planning approvals, and that's something that we released in the Future Jobs and Investment Authority's consultation paper last year. So I think that's going to be an important part of informing that work. The next part of the work is to work and utilise expertise from across government and and make sure that that the Cole statement is reflective of the broader government principles. Certainly those include our commitments to net zero. I expect that the Cole statement will be informed by the Upper House inquiry that's due in April in relation to post-mining land use. And there's no doubt that the work that we're doing in relation to the Future Jobs and Investment Authorities will also form part of that.
Okay, so I assume there's, for something like this, there's a community consultation process as part of that before it's released?
I haven't made any announcements in relation to that yet. I shouldn't say yet. I should say I haven't made any announcements on that or any decisions in relation to that. You did say in response to a question by the chair actually in Parliament last year. I think it was around July. You did say that in relation to this, that we want to be able to do that in consultation with the community. I mean, in relation to the work that we're already doing, we're doing it in consultation with the community. I've been out and spoken to all of the different...
But this is specifically in relation to the statement on coal.
Yeah, I mean, I think I talk to the community, I talk to industry all the time, I talk to unions and workers about the industry all the time. I know the department does that as well. We have had a specific consultation program in relation to our Future Jobs and Investment Authorities, and we'll certainly continue to engage with the community.
Yeah.
I'm just being specific in relation to the coal statement and a specific consultation process. I haven't made any decisions or announcements on that.
Thanks, Minister, because what's happening while there's a delay is, of course, everything's kind of taking place under the National Party's coal policy, clearly, in terms of approvals, decisions, directions for the market. Just recently in November, so there was a market interest submission basically notifying the community to be able to comment on this, but Bengala Mining Company applied to New South Wales Resources for an exploration licence, basically over 11 kilometres west of Muswellbrook, over an area of approximately 739 hectares. That's one. There's other mines, as you know, seeking massive modifications that should in fact be new applications. So this is continuing. Are you happy with, exploration licences for coal, potential new coal mines, while you're just pausing any kind of, while we still don't have a new statement on coal?
So you've asked a long series of questions there in relation to exploration licence and also modifications to existing mines, and sort of brought them together. I just want to be really clear, they are two separate things. Exploration licences are issued and are assessed through the resources through New South Wales Resources. Modifications to coal mines are assessed through the planning system.
Minister,
and in relation to, but this, let me just can I just finish?
On coal. That's the question I'm asking. It's a policy decision, and this is the thing, because after you leave today, I won't be able to ask any of these people about that because it's your policy on coal. We know what the Net Zero Commission is saying in terms of the government's policy at the moment in terms of coal and gas, and coal particularly, means all of the other sectors have to do so much more work. And you did acknowledge in your statement before the net zero work and policy by your government. So I'm very aware of the difference with exploration licences being dealt with by the resources regulator. But if your government set a strong statement on coal and said we're going to move to get out of coal, transition away from coal by this point, or no new coal, even better, then wouldn't matter. Resources regulator wouldn't be able to approve any more exploration licences, would they?
You're finished? Okay, so let me just say...
Every single question is a comment about how it's asked.
Point of order.
Right.
Well, I'm just saying...
A point of order's been taken.
Well, the minister was
point of order.
The minister was answering the question and was being directly relevant. The member decided to cut it out and give a speech. Now, I'm not sure that after the speech a question actually was asked. So I think it's important that the question be very clearly put to the minister so she provide a clear answer.
Well, I won't uphold the point of order. I think there was a rhetorical
There was a
question
question.
in there, and the Minister was about to answer. So,
Thanks, Chair.
Minister, if you'd
So I just
be so inclined as
refute
to answer,
I
that'd be
would
great.
refute a number of the assertions that you made in your statement leading into the question. The existing coal statement does remain in place, and the point I made between the exploration licences and the planning and the modifications that go through the planning system is an important one, because the planning minister and the Minister for the Environment have written to the Independent Planning Commission and advised them that we have net zero targets. And if you have specific questions in relation to the assessment of coal mines in the planning system, then that's really questions for the planning minister.
Yes.
But we have made changes. We are in the process of updating the statement, but we have made changes, and this government has directed the Independent Planning Commission to take into consideration the targets that this government, that have passed through the Parliament, that we have all signed on to. So I don't accept your assertion that we're just operating entirely under the same framework and blind to the fact that we have net zero targets. We are continuing the work to update the coal statement. It is something that is important, and it's certainly a focus, but it's also going to be something that encompasses not just what we are doing within our department, but more broadly across the government as well.
Thank you. It's just still your turn, Kate.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, you've got another 10 minutes.
Thank you. I'm thinking
Apologies.
that's
Yeah, you've got another 10 minutes.
So the timeline then, thank you, in relation to the statement on coal, when can we expect roughly to see a statement by the Minns government released? Are we saying at the end of 2025?
I just don't have an announcement on that today. And the thing I'd say that I learned, I think I made it really clear in our previous conversations, we weren't going to do that until we'd done the critical minerals strategy update. One thing I learned through that process is that things take a little bit longer. So I just don't want to mislead you and commit to a time frame today. I can tell you the work is underway, and I've committed to doing it in this term of government.
Okay, all right, we'll just go back to the questions then about the Gabrielle Govinda, the pinpoint prospecting. Firstly, the question was generally, how does a person with that track record manage to be the dominant shareholder, the main shareholder in companies that are behind multiple exploration licences in this state? So, Minister, is there, I understand there's nothing like a fit and proper person test, for example. Is that correct?
No, my understanding is that there are some fit and proper person tests that do apply as part of the announcement, as part of the assessment process.
For exploration.
But in relation to whether they're shareholders or directors and the finer details, I might just pass to the Deputy Secretary to give you
start.
Thanks, Ms. Beattie.
So look, under the Mining Act, when we assess applications for titles, we assess it in accordance with the applicant. And there are clear processes that we use to assess the applicant, and we do look at corporate, technical, financial and environmental compliance history. There is a fit and proper person test, but I think the distinction here is that we focus on the applicant, and the matter that you've raised is about a shareholder. We have received complaints, and as you're very aware of, and I'll hand over to Mr. Day from the regulator, who then picks up from the resources regulator matters of complaints.
Yeah, and so look, there is a fit and proper test under the Mining Act. I think in relation to this matter, we've got a current investigation underway, and so it would not be really appropriate to comment further on the pinpoint matter going forward. But in terms of fit and proper, that is certainly what we're looking at in terms of this investigation.
That's what you told the Australian Financial Review, who asked questions about this as well back in December, that there was an investigation underway and it would be inappropriate to comment. So since then, Mr. Govinda has, I think, given up any interest in the land that was the subject of the exploration licence that these two gentlemen, in fact, they just did a bit of a basic Google search, to be honest. They did a basic Google search and company record search and found this very, very interesting history. So that's what the AFR was told. But I'm interested in the process then if a landholder who was concerned they found out about a gold exploration licence slapped down on their property near Gloucester at Bunya, if they were able to very easily find out. In fact, there was a previous story in the AFR about Gabriel Govinda and his pump and dump scheme. If they're easily able to find out, it's concerning, Minister, that the resources regulator doesn't inquire more deeply. I mean, even if it's not the individual whose name is on the application, surely it requires a bit more work than that in terms of other associated companies and shareholders?
Yeah, look, I mean, again, in relation to those specifics, I might come back to you with an answer. I think the specific processes, I mean, I'm advised that it's a robust process. We make those assessments, but if there's improvements that we can make, particularly off the back of a specific case, we're happy to take that on board.
Yeah, and we look at a there's a statement of compliance history form that applicants fill out that we review, and so obviously if people put false information on that, then there's severe consequences under the Mining Act. So that's where we currently are.
I mean, I think are you confident in the companies that are behind these gold exploration licences from, Mid-North Coast? There's quite a few of them that all seem to be connected. Did you read that Australian Financial Review article in December, Mr. Day?
Yes, I did.
That had a lot of different connections there and a lot of connections between historic gold mines, pinpoint prospecting, a range of trigs, all of which have holdings over tens of thousands at least of hectares of land that communities are very, very concerned about. Now we're concerned about the whether the characters behind them are genuinely interested in taking care of the environment. I mean, shouldn't the community know that these people are sound character?
So, as I said before, there's an investigation into that
How
matter.
do you do...
And
okay.
so, but there's a number of companies being looked at as part of that.
Let's not talk about the investigation, okay? So what's the process, what's the search process that your officers undertake?
So they'll do a company structure and look at any sort of financial history of those individuals that are nominated on those forms, and also directors and secretaries as part of that process.
Of just the company, the individual that's applied on the form? On
who's declared on the form by the title holder itself. So
what if it's like a $1 company? Is that just are you satisfied with that if it is?
Well, the information is what we go on in the form, and then we make due inquiries.
Then you
make due inquiries on the information provided in the form, based on their technical financial history in terms of the names provided under that company.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Minister, this is about another gold company that's wanting to do gold exploration. This time it's Canadian-owned Australian Consolidated Gold Holdings. It's called Australian Consolidated Gold Holdings, but it's Canadian-owned. In April last year, the resources regulator granted approval for this company to explore the Macquarie Marshes for gold. Then on the 25th of July, the resources regulator overturned the decision, and they stated in a letter to the landholders of these proposed drill sites, Macquarie Marshes, internationally Ramsar listed, very significant environmentally, said that the decision maker, when making the decision, was not provided with all relevant and accurate information, therefore the decisions were not validly made. As such, both decisions to grant the APOs were not decisions at law and have no legal effect. So currently Australian Gold Holdings is taken the regulator to court, to the Land Environment Court. Is that correct?
I think there's been some recent developments in that case, and I would also acknowledge that this is a highly sensitive environment. We've been monitoring that process closely. It is a matter for the resources regulator, but I think there's been some recent developments that we can. Yeah, the case has. I can tell you the case has been dropped.
It's been discontinued. So, well, my question was going to be that it was interesting that the government chose not to be represented in that case.
I'm not sure about that.
Sorry?
Sorry.
Yeah,
what-
is that correct?
ACGH were taking us to... They were appealing against the validity of the approvals.
Yes.
The matters were discontinued.
And
so
did you? I did hear that the government failed to defend that case, and they gave notice that the Crown Solicitor didn't plan to defend the case in the Supreme Court. Is
So
that correct?
what we've got, the matter was discontinued by ACGH and consented to other parties. What we've got is the company have reapplied for a variation of approval. That's where we're currently. So the matter's under assessment as we speak. There's also still an investigation underway. So once again, I'm limited what I can talk about in that regard.
So that's still a live issue, though. So just to be clear, now, if the case has been discontinued, I understand that you were investigating as well. You met the landholder or resources regulator officers.
Yep.
Met the landholder on site. Is that correct?
That's correct. As part of the business.
Okay, and so the investigation's now going on into the company, or more is it the proposed exploration when you're saying an investigation?
Well, the company's quite broad. We're still investigating the matters that were outlined last year. Investigations take time, but there's also a variation of the approval of the application approval, and that'll be fully assessed under the Mining Act and also under the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act.
Minister, do you think there probably needs to be some kind of a review potentially of our mining laws, the Mining Act and everything else, or the regulatory environment, given that a gold company can apply for an exploration licence over an internationally listed Ramsar listed wetland that is just so one of our most ecologically precious and sensitive natural assets in this state. Do you think our mining laws need to potentially be looked at to make sure that can't happen?
I'm not going to make an announcement in relation to a broader review today. What I can assure you is that we are watching this case very closely, and my office and I have been briefed consistently on the developments and will stay across it. We are very aware of the importance of this particular site, the international recognition that it has, and that we need to be very, very careful. And if there are broader implications, we will certainly look at those closely. I'm not announcing that today, I just want to be clear, but we'll watch it closely. It's a special site, we understand that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Ms. Behrman.
Thank you, Chair.
I'm so sorry. Can I just provide a little bit of context on that, which is it is close to the Ramsar site, but the licence, I'm advised, is not on the Ramsar site exactly. If I was unclear.
It's close proximity.
Yes,
to the
there is,
Ramsar.
just to be really clear about what we're talking. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Minister, you heard the evidence of Mr Day in relation to the background checks and work that is done in relation to mining licences. Would you expect the same sort of background checks to be done in relation to procurement contracts with the New South Wales Government?
I think that there should be robust checks in place as part of procurement processes. I'd also expect that these are risk-based and that they would have escalations in accordance with the size and the complexity of the contracts.
So a contract for 126 buses, for example, it is a significant contract, is it not?
Yes, that is a significant contract.
Yes. And you would have expected those background checks to have been done in respect of a company which would be awarded a tender in relation to that contract?
I would expect that there would be robust probity and regulatory assessments. And as I said to you earlier, the bus panel for deed contains detailed provisions in respect of modern slavery, and that Transport has actually incorporated additional questions related to modern slavery for all new zero emissions bus procurements under bus panel 4. I'd make this point, Mr. Tudor Hope, the inquiry which you were a member of into procurement, which you you ridiculed at the beginning and dismissed at the beginning, made some really important recommendations in relation to the diligence checks that should be.
Point of order has been taken.
The Minister ought to withdraw that suggestion that I ridiculed that inquiry.
You asked me questions about why had I referred it to the Social Issues Committee, and I said at the time it was a clear decision by myself about the opportunities that were there. If you find that offensive, then I'll withdraw it.
Good,
I make this point. The inquiry made some important recommendations in relation to the diligence, the due diligence that should be undertaken. We are in the process of implementing those. These are important checks. Important checks that you didn't make in 12 years.
That's fine.
And to assist I might just take this opportunity to table a list of the buses, the zero emissions electric buses that were procured by your government from companies that use these same batteries, Mr. Tudor-Hope. These are important questions, allegations that you're making. We will investigate those, but these are companies that you procured from as well.
Against a background, did we make those that there was anti-slavery reports?
No, there was no anti-slavery bill because you hadn't proclaimed it.
Okay, well, that's fine. That's fine. Chair, just in relation to a previous request, in view of Mr. Day's observations in relation to doing a company background checks to actually then investigate the company, I tendered the two company, tender might be the wrong word, but I seek to table the two company reports, which would have been very simply available to any person doing due diligence.
Which may be in the control and the contact of the Department of Transport.
We will have a look at those and then consider those later on. I think we have a couple of questions from the government.
We do, yes.
Mr. Donnelly.
First of all, thank you, Minister, for coming along today with your officers and providing detailed and comprehensive answers. My question relates to merchant fees, a matter that you're well familiar with and has been canvassed before. Can you provide additional information about the charging of illegal merchant fees initiated by the previous government?
Thank you very much, Mr. Donnelly, for an important question in relation to merchant fees. That's true. You may recall, Ms. Boyd raised this issue earlier, you might recall that between 2016, when we discovered the issue, that Service New South Wales, between 2016 and the issue was identified by the Auditor General last year, our new Auditor General, we discovered that Service New South Wales and we ordered Service New South Wales and Revenue New South Wales to cease the illegal activity. $144.9 million was illegally charged by those two agencies. Now, for the benefit of the committee, I'd be happy to better understand the issue. I think I've got some documents here that show the Crown Solicitor's advice that was actually provided to the government at the time. Now, this is pretty clear. I'll provide a quote. A review of Service New South Wales, thank you very much, the Service New South Wales Act indicates there was no express power conferred on Service New South Wales in that Act to charge a customer service fee. If Service New South Wales introduced a service fee where it did not have a power to do so, would be acting beyond power, and any fee levied would be illegal and therefore invalid, and that the advice of the CSO had been, and I quote, requested urgently. These are serious matters that the previous government was advised of. We've acted swiftly on this. We have sought to cease the activity, and I'm happy to, we provided an update earlier that agencies have ceased that activity. But this is yet another example of how the government sat on its hands when unlawful activity was being undertaken. We look forward to receiving the report from the Ombudsman, the appropriate place to be investigating as the body charged with investigating potential maladministration and making sure that any recommendations are dealt with promptly. That is what this government is absolutely committed to doing, is acting on the advice that it receives.
Thanks once again for a detailed answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Kane.
Thank you, Minister. I wanted to follow up on the issue of modern slavery, and particularly the information you've just provided on the previous government's record on modern slavery, noting in particular, I think that a number of those procurement activities took place after the commencement of the Act in 2022. So I wondered if you could provide us a bit more detail of that.
So thank you very much, Dr. Kane, for the question in relation to the...
Point of order has been taken. Mr. Rath on a point of order.
And this is one that the government members love to use themselves. But this is budget estimates into the current budget. It's got nothing to do with the previous government and the previous government's expenditure or policies. I know it might be interesting for the minister to ask for a bunch of Dorothy Dixes at the end, but I'd suggest this might be better content for the chamber. Rather than using government time to examine the previous government, which has absolutely nothing to do with this budget round.
To the point of order,
no,
Chair.
I don't need the point of order. Good try, Mr. Rath, but there's...
It's one they always use.
I know,
and it's never successful
and
either.
it's never successful because there's important context in looking back at previous policies and when they've been implemented or not. So I won't uphold the point of order. Minister.
Thanks very much for the question. It's a great question. There's no doubt that we are continuing to work on the modern slave to address risks of modern slavery across our supply chains. The series of questions that's been asked by the by the former minister today and by the opposition spoke about specific risks for a specific supplier that the previous government procured multiple contracts for. And in order to assist the committee, I might just provide a list of those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 separate occasions that the previous government procured these specific batteries from. There is no doubt that my expectation is we have a strong due diligence process, that we continue the work that we're doing in relation to modern slavery. But this comes from a government that failed to proclaim legislation. The legislation passed through the Parliament in 2018 and did not come into force until 2022.
Shame.
The delays and the constant just avoidance of this issue, they voted in the Parliament against it when we tried to bring it into effect. This is such an important issue. Of course we want to be addressing the risks of modern slavery across our supply chains. We take seriously the recommendations of the Modern Slavery Committee that reported in December. We're looking at that and formulating a government response. This is an issue that this government prioritises. But to come in here and to make questions, serious allegations, we will investigate those. We will refer them to the appropriate departments and make sure if there are lessons that need to be learnt, we will do it. But for those opposite who continued to procure from these very providers, we are now seeing local jobs as a result of these procurement contracts. If there's improvements, of course we will make them. But it's pretty hypocritical to come in here and launch those attacks off the basis of that record.
Thank you, Minister. Any more questions from the government?
Yes,
Mr. Lawrence, you have one as well.
I do. Thank you, Minister, for lots of the finer details in your answers today, but maybe stepping back and addressing things a bit more generally. I was wondering if you could walk us through some of the progress that you've made across all of your portfolios, including next steps.
Thank you very much for a great question. We've had some very specific questions, I think, today on some really important issues. You can see the large body of work that we're pursuing across the procurement space. There's more work that needs to be done there, and I look forward to making some more announcements in that space. I just wanted to quickly flag a couple of things that have actually come into effect since we've last met. Our bulk billing support initiative, important cost of living support for families, providing support so that they can access bulk billing here in New South Wales. I note the federal government's announcements to provide much larger pools of funding as they're able to, but our initiative has come into effect and is already delivering that important cost of living relief for the payroll tax exemptions. It's important for our health system. We know that for every 1% decrease in bulk billing, that equates to about an additional 3,000 additional emergency department presentations. So we're keen to see that one get off the ground. The other one in relation to procurement that's just come into effect is the if not, why not policy. So this will require New South Wales government agencies that are procuring contracts above $7.5 million, they now have to look for a local New South Wales supplier. The first data, they're required every quarter to provide some feedback to the Procurement Board and some data around how that policy is being introduced. We required government agencies to update their policies by December, and that came into effect on the 1st of January. These are real changes that we are in the process of delivering. There is lots of work to do. The final one I was just going to flag is that from the 1st of July, our critical minerals royalties deferral scheme will come into place as well. So that's the key first plank of our critical minerals strategy that will actually allow projects, I should say, during those crucial early years to free up capital and to be able to capitalise and get them off the ground. So we've got a broad program of reform that we're working on. We've covered some really specific elements of that today, but our government is absolutely committed to delivering on the election commitments that we made and improving the services that we deliver for the people of New South Wales.
Very good. Thank you, Minister. Thank you. Any more? No, thank you. No, thank you very much for that. Well, thank you very much, Minister, for your attendance and your answers today. We very much appreciate it. That concludes the hearing. For the rest of us, we will be back at 2 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair.
At 2 o'clock to recommence the hearing into budget estimates for 24-25. We now turn to questions from the opposition. Mr. Tudor.
Thanks, Mr. Johnson. I'll go to you first, if I may. Chief Commissioner, you collected $12.486 billion of payroll tax for 23-24. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
How many businesses paid any payroll tax in 23-24?
Just give me one.
Yeah, no, take your time. I don't think some of my colleagues are coming back this afternoon, so we've got a long afternoon ahead of us.
Do you want to keep asking
Yeah,
questions while I find it?
I'm
perhaps,
sure. They're all questions which relate to that, because the next question is, of those businesses,
okay.
How many had a total payroll for payroll tax purposes of between 1.2 and 1.5 million dollars?
I'll need to get someone back in the office to pull that out.
You can get
but
that,
I can get that
this afternoon.
Do my best.
Yes, thank you. And then over 1.5 million. Can you get that for me this afternoon?
Yes.
And then on notice, if necessary, can you give me the same data for each year, 2019-20 through to 22-23? And I know you can, because you gave it to...
Absolutely. I suspect that won't be able to happen today. The more detail the past years, but
yeah, but it is available.
Yes. Yes.
Is any of this data available in the data and statistics sections of your website?
I'll also take that on notice. We do share a lot of your data, potentially not, but I'll confirm.
Is data on the number of businesses that pay payroll tax contained in the budget papers?
No, I don't think so. No.
No, we only record the
value,
the amount. The only time when we would mention something like that, Mr. Tudor-Hope, is when there's been some sort of change to payroll tax, and then as part of the costing for the change, we might make note of that sort of information.
So I've asked a series of questions, and I want to now show you a question on notice which I put to the Minister in relation to all those questions that I've just asked you.
Yes.
Can I just provide that to a member?
Sorry, what is that? What was that?
It's
David?
a question on notice, and it's
they're your questions on notice.
Question on notice, and it's question on notice 3319 for the record. Did you provide a draft answer to that question?
I'd have to take it on notice, but I'll take that on notice.
You've just told me that you have all the information available to answer that question, those questions. And would you have provided a draft answer to the Minister's office in relation to those answers, those questions?
So the question was for the Minister to respond. We do support the Minister on providing responses to questions on notice. So I will confirm, but I would suggest we would have been involved.
Provided a draft response?
Potentially, but I'll confirm. We get lots of questions, as you know. And
are you able to provide me with a copy of the draft response which you provided to the Minister?
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. You see the answer to the question which is given there?
Data in relation to payroll tax can be found in the budget papers.
Well, that's wrong, as just confirmed by Ms. Wilkie.
In relation to in connection to number of businesses.
Yes.
But there is payroll tax data contained.
Data available. Thank you. If you can just hand that back to me. How many audits of medical practices which engage general practitioners have been conducted since the 4th of September 2024?
Just checking, but I would suggest it's 0.
No audits of GP practices.
I will confirm, but it would be very few, if any. But
Well, I suppose the position taken by the government in relation to auditing expired on the 4th of September 2024, but it was only a temporary suspension. So since that time, to the best of your knowledge, no.
I'll confirm the number.
Yeah, confirm the number.
But it would be a few. As you're aware, Mr. Tudor, the number of our compliance program of payroll taxes based on data analysis and risks-based approach. So where there's a need to put our effort, we will. I think the focus since that period of time has been very closely working with medical centres, particularly around the changes to the law and trying to...
Well, how can we, without auditing, how can we know how many GP practices now fit within the guidelines in respect of those practices which potentially were liable for payroll tax, which now, in fact, fit within the requirements relating to bulk billing?
Yeah, no, sorry, I think I potentially misunderstood the earlier question. So there were a number of businesses that did have either liabilities or audits in place, which since that time we've been re-engaging and connecting with them to assess their liabilities in the past. The question I took that you were asking was new audits had we started. So,
yeah. So in respect of those businesses where those GP practices which had previously been the subject of contact with your office or had previously been the subject of an audit, you have been, I think your expression was, been back in contact with them to explore their current situation?
Yes, yes.
So how many of those are now paying payroll tax or as a result of the new provisions which have been brought in by the government?
I'll take that on notice, the specific number, because I'll take that on notice. For the purposes of actually assessing whether a GP practice fits within the new guidelines relating to the percentage of bulk billing, where and how do you assess that? In terms of whether they've met the criteria? Yeah. So payroll tax is a self-declared tax, so they provide information around their the rates of bulk billing, which we have data sources that we'll be working on to validate that. Yeah. Mr. Smythe, was there any build on that?
Not really. Just that there's actually quite a number of elements that go into answering your question. I'm just trying to work out specifically what bit of information.
The government makes an announcement in respect of the number of practices which have saved payroll tax as a result of the initiative. How do they get to that figure?
Well, that was a Treasury modelling question, I would say.
Do you mean in the costing for the budget or for, I'm not sure what was in the media, can't remember what was in the media.
Well, the media release amounts, I don't have it in front of me, but there was a media release relating to the number of GP practices which had in fact made a saving because of the initiative and had a certain number of patients who are bulk billed, or percentage of patients being bulk billed.
Yeah, I'll have to take that on notice, Mr. Tudor. I'm not sure how that.
that modelling or that figure, it's either a modelled figure or it's a concrete figure.
Yes, I don't know which one it is. I'll have to take it on notice.
Okay. Because, in fact, there was an announcement about that in some respects that there had, in fact, been rebates which had been made because practices had met within that figure.
Could
How was that arrived at? Whether someone was entitled to a rebate?
Sure. So without
was that self-disclosure?
Yeah. So without commenting on the particular document you're mentioning, because I don't have it, the general scheme of the payroll tax legislation and claiming the rebate is if a practice believes they meet the criteria, so the 70% or the 80% of bulk billed services in metropolitan and
country,
regional areas, they have two ways of applying. One is to claim the rebate on a rolling basis, so on their monthly returns.
Yep.
However, there will be a number of practices or businesses that operate medical practices that either are unwilling or unable to determine the percentage until the end of the year. And for those businesses, they will be able to take advantage of the rebate in the true-up or at the end of the year.
So have we, in fact, where GP practices have in fact made application for rebate, has there been any audit to in fact establish their entitlement to that rebate, or is it again self-disclosure?
It's self-disclosure, but it would not ordinarily be the case that we would begin an audit program so soon after the beginning of a program like this. It's more likely that any compliance activity would take place later in the process.
Yeah,
so no, I can say that no audits of medical practices have taken place on this element since the bulk billing initiative was introduced.
Do we know how many that is? How many practices have qualified for that rebate?
Take that on notice as well, Minister. Mr. Tudor.
I just want to ask these questions. If a company goes into liquidation and was subsequently convicted, and you heard me ask questions this morning about a company which had a debt, a safe work conviction of $450,000, of which half was to be paid to Safe Work New South Wales, along with Safe Works New South Wales Leisure. Would revenue have any role in recovering that debt?
So let me just say this back too. So if a company goes into liquidation and at the time they're liquidated...
Who is the creditor? Safe Work would be, but who in fact seeks to recover the debt on behalf of the state?
Ordinarily, it would be, if it's a Safe Work creditor, I would assume that it would, as you said,
Safe Work.
It would be Safe Work.
They don't use your office?
That I would need to take.
There is notice. In the state debt function that we have, there is we do work with Safe Work. I don't believe it extends to, but I'll get confirmation.
It's a judgment debt.
Yes.
And if it's a judgment debt, would your office have any role in seeking to recover it?
If it is referred to us, we would presumably be able to utilise the State Debt Recovery Act to go and enforce that. I just need to be careful, or just raise the point that if the amount owing is a judgment debt, then it falls under the State Debt Recovery Act. If it's in fact a court-imposed fine, we once again may well be involved in recovering the funds, but it would be under the Fines Act.
Okay. I should know the answer to this, but I just want you to clarify for me. If the company Phoenixes, of course, there's no mechanism for, or did we change the law relating to that? To give you an opportunity of pursuing that debt through to the Phoenix entity?
Not the debt per se, but it depends on the nature of the debt. So, for example, if it was payroll tax, payroll tax funds that are owed, that's something that we do have an ability to look to. So I won't bore everyone with the technicalities, but where it's a payroll tax debt, there are some mechanisms available to us under legislation to look at.
I thought we did that.
Look at chasing the new company. I'm sorry, I cannot remember when the legislation was
something that. So there is opportunity if there is payroll tax,
correct,
and potential payroll tax outstanding to follow that dollar through to a Phoenix entity.
Yes.
And you're not sure, is that the perhaps you might provide me some advice on this about whether safe work, a judgment obtained by safe work would, in circumstances where it had been referred to you, could also be traced through to
I don't believe we
a
can.
Phoenix entity.
Yeah, I don't believe that applies under that, because the provisions that involve payroll tax involve a notional recreation of the liquidated entity, so that we can then rely on the grouping provisions to join that outstanding liability to other members of the payroll tax group.
Okay. Can I now ask about land tax? And I'm sorry that it's all you at the moment. How many notices of assessments for land tax were issued for land tax for the 2024 year? Excluding assessments for nil assessments. So.
Yes.
That's 2024. I'm coming to.
So for 2024, the number of assessments were 190,707.
So the 2025 year?
So far 195,796.
And how many are you anticipating will be issued in the total tax year for additional taxpayers for 2025?
I'm not sure if we have the view on that, but I'll take it on notice, Mr. Tudor.
And I suppose in terms of the timeline, when would you expect final notices?
So new customers have until the 31st of March to lodge a return.
Thank you.
So there'll be some point after.
Well, I suppose that's the problem that,
Yep.
That we're identifying. In relation to changes to land tax introduced with the 23-24 budget under the rubric of correcting an historical error, did you hear me ask this question yesterday? I think I asked someone this yesterday. Historical error in calculations by the Badger General. Would you agree that this has resulted in an additional land tax of $544 for every land tax payer for the 2024 land tax year?
So actually, now you've reframed that, reminded me of the question. So my team did look at it last night and this morning. There's a lot of factors that would come into increases in. It would rely on also the valuer general to who's the one that issues the threshold. If they were, it's a hypothetical what the threshold would have been in the 25 year. So I would say it wouldn't be precise your estimate, but I'm happy to take it on notice. I think it was taken on notice yesterday, but to give a view of an explanation to that.
And the similar increase for the I had anticipated an increase of $752 per taxpayer for the 2025 year. So perhaps you could take that component on notice. And Yeah. So, if I'm wrong, of course, you will advise me what the correct figure would be per taxpayer to collect the.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do to
historical
be
error
helpful.
which has been corrected.
Thank
you.
you.
Want me to finish, or you go?
Yeah, ready?
Ready.
Ready.
Fire away, Kate.
Thanks, Chair.
20 minutes.
Yes, I do. I will go back to, I was questioning the Minister, I was specifically referring to the, where's the name, sorry, Bengala Mining Company, which is applied to New South Wales Resources for, to test the market, basically that situation where they do that, and the application or the public document that's been advertised states that any valid submissions may trigger a competitive process for the release of the area. Submission should only be made where a party has a genuine interest in making an application for an exploration licence, where interested parties are willing to participate in a competitive process. It is triggered. So what's the competitive process if it is triggered?
So the process that you're referring to is the operational allocation framework, and that is the framework that applies for exploration licences for coal where it is adjacent to existing titles. So there are limits on the size of area that can be applied for adjacent to existing titles. Right. So the application you're referring to has been submitted in accordance with the policies under that operational allocation framework. There is a guideline that I believe is on our website which steps through that. Part of the process is to advertise for interest, so in terms of if anybody else is interested in that particular area of land for coal exploration, and if that happens it triggers a separate process. That's quite unusual because it's adjacent to existing operations.
So it's quite unusual for a new player to come in. Is that what you're saying? Usually it's just the one company that's testing the market.
It's quite a small area, relevant, like relative to existing titles. So that application is under assessment, but it's being assessed in accordance with the various policies and the Mining Act.
Okay, so in terms of that policy itself, again, this is around exploration licence only. There's no requirement for community consultation with that process. Like there's testing the market, putting it out to the market, but there's nothing in terms of community consultation at the same time? Within the policy?
I'd have to check exactly. I just need to check exactly some details on that before I answer the question, which I'll be able to do shortly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'll just go back to the gold exploration licenses and the kind of companies and figures behind them, Mr. Day. I understand that. So is anything, what is done to look at, say, a company and who's behind that company? Because I do understand that Govinda, who I was referring to earlier, is basically selling most of his licenses to Trig Resources, Trig Minerals. That's kind of happening, and he's just doing that in exchange for a heap of shares in Trig Resources. So is there, that is standard, is it?
In terms of the sale of the shares, that's not something we would look at. I'm not aware of that, so I'd take that on notice.
Yeah, so he's been kind of identified as potentially an issue based on, I understand, the investigation, well, based on the work that the guys did that live in Bunya, based on their research and bringing it to the attention of this Parliament and the media. So you've got your investigators that are looking into the connections with Govinda, who's been charged in the past with market manipulation.
We're looking at the information provided that was on the statement of compliance history to us for consideration, and so that's the primary basis of our investigation. But as I said before, because it's under investigation, it's really not appropriate to sort of provide much more detail on that itself.
Does that mean that the resources regulator doesn't undertake further research to satisfy itself that the people that are being granted exploration licenses are essentially fit and proper people, so that you just take their word for it in terms of what they provide you on the paper?
No, that's not correct. We will do searches on our system on whether there's anything that flares up in terms of the actual applicant itself with the company and the directors and also the secretary. If nothing triggers, then it'll be going through to be processed, or we may make further inquiries if information comes to hand.
Does that include like ASIC searches and everything, I assume, or
It
when
can,
you're saying your
it
own
can,
system?
but not all the time. It would if we received information that would require further searching, we could do that. We can do that, but we don't do it every single applicant. No.
Because I think there's issues with other people associated with that company. So is the resources regulator looking into other companies as a result of this, and as a result of this discovery by the community? Is the resources regulator looking at any other applicants behind gold exploration licenses in the state?
The investigation is broader now, but I won't go into more detail than that at the moment.
How long is this investigation going to take?
The investigation they can take some time. We need to get all the relevant information. We don't want to rush an investigation. It's on track. We've been in, it will be a thorough investigation, and it's quite complex as you would imagine. So we're working through that, and we'll process it as it goes.
So in the meantime, does activity just continue for these any companies that you may be investigating and maybe wanting to undertake exploration activity? Goodness knows whether some of these companies, for example, if they do pollute some, farmers, landholders, groundwater, for example, if they do damage, whether any of them have got kind of any money to deal with anything. Are you pausing any of their activity while you undertake this investigation?
Well, there's already controls in place around legislation that we can look into in terms of any sort of operational damage or non-compliance with the Mining Act that may occur, and of course we're closely monitoring activity as we speak. So I'm confident that the protections are there in terms of operations, in terms of what the companies are unable to do, but that'll be part of the investigation as we go forward as well.
If I can add, we also hold security deposit for any activity that occurs on titles.
Yes, but sure. So what happens how is it factored in when companies do have a bad track record, for example? Like, how much does it go against their application? For example, if a company has been fined to failing to provide key documentation to the regulator, I know this happens, more than once or twice. For example, a mine rehabilitation plan, an operational plan, rehabilitation management plan, sorry. How do you assess that against what does a refusal take?
So, in line with our compliance and enforcement policy, we employ a graduated proportionate response to non-compliance out there, and so, and in that there is a number of criteria that we look at in terms of willingness to comply, their compliance history, as you say, the significance of non-compliance. So, a whole range of factors that we would go into that, and of course, the outcomes of any sort of enforcement action being taken. So, in court, in terms of court matters, we would normally wait until a court matter was finalised to then determine where that fits into our compliance continuum for analysis around that. But there are measures that we can employ to certainly to suspend or cancel an authorisation.
So what about if people are associated with companies that have recently gone bankrupt, that owe many tens of millions of dollars, for example, as a result of that? Is that all? If you're not checking ASIC religiously, how is that being? How do you check that?
Well, it'll depend on the information that's provided in the application, and also based on the information, but also as part of the investigation that we would further explore those issues.
So there's a high degree of trust, don't you think, potentially, Mr. Day? Potentially too much trust if these characters have been very easily discovered by a couple of landholders and their connections, by the way, to numerous exploration licence, gold exploration licences already granted across the state. It would appear that the current system and process of checking them and trusting what the applicant provides is creating this kind of Wild West and cowboys getting away with anything out there, isn't it?
It's not a matter of trust. I mean, we get regular reports on solvency from ASIC and that type of thing, and how we use the process for the statement of compliance history forms and the details contained within are not different to what the tax office would do or most departments would do around making sure that applicants are very much aware of the obligations to provide us the truthful information and that the consequences for failure to do so incur significant penalties.
Okay, so this guy Govinda, we kind of got it out there in the media what was happening when he realised that people were onto him a second time. He gets rid of surrenders the tenement near Mr. Barker and Mr. Spreckley, in his words, in order to allay any perceived or actual concerns from the couple that complained. You're investigating him, as I said. He has been charged in the past. He's now selling or has sold his exploration licences, as I understand, all to Trig Resources. Are you aware of this? And if he has, what does that trigger for you? Excuse using that word with Trig, but what does that? Where does the resources regulator go with that? Then surely an inquiry into Trig Resources is now required, because the majority shareholder could indeed be our friend Govinda, who was convicted of running pump and dump schemes and pleaded guilty to 23 counts of market manipulation, etc., a few years ago.
So just to clarify some points you made, we're investigating Pinpoint Prospecting Proprietary Limited, which is the company, and we're investigating a number of other companies with that. As
Historic Gold Mines, I think.
Sorry?
Hopefully. Historic Gold Mines is one I hope is being investigated as well.
There's a number of companies we're looking at that have expanded from that. So as I've said before, as it's a current investigation, I'm really, it's inappropriate to make any further comment on that matter.
So it's budget estimates, Mr. Day, and you are here as a resources regulator, and I'm just wanting to check that the resources regulator is aware of the activities, the recent activities of Mr. Govinda, who has offloaded his exploration licences to Trig Resources for shares. This is what he's, done multiple times, and that Trig Resources now is potentially has Mr. Govinda as a majority shareholder. So doesn't that mean that Trig, which has exploration licences over a lot of the mid-north coast for gold, a lot of communities very concerned about it, that you have to ensure that they are looked into as well. At the very least, the community needs to have faith that if a company does have an exploration licence over them, they are going to be treated as well and as respectfully and within, the regulatory framework as possible. That's what a fit and proper person needs to be, don't they?
We're aware of the information you've got there, and the public can be very, very certain that we'll be doing a very thorough and intensive investigation.
And do you think it would involve recommendations for changing the way in which the individuals are vetted? I know you're doing an investigation, but there's clearly an issue. There's, it's very obvious. As I said, it doesn't require much digging to work out that what's going on in some way. So the investigation around to determine what's happening is good. Who's then responsible for recommending reform and improving the regulatory framework? Do you make recommendations arising out of this to the Minister, for example? Ms. Beattie, do you have any thoughts about this? Or should I just leave it with the resources regulator?
So, about the outcomes of an investigation?
Yes.
So, I think we've got to be very careful because the investigation could lead to, depending on what is found, compliance action, possibly through the courts. So Mr. Days said we just don't want to comment any further on that particular investigation. Generally,
I'm trying to be as general as possible because I'm recognizing because it seems a very general problem. Actually, it doesn't even seem to be one problem. It does seem to be pretty widespread. So it's generally, where would recommendations go if it was discovered, hey, we could tighten this up and this up? What are the next steps? Recommendations to the Minister, maybe?
Well, look, our primary concern at the moment is obviously doing the investigation. We always, look at our processes around the position of continual improvement, and so if there's any change, any improvements to be made, then we can look at that. But as I said before, our primary focus now, tomorrow, in the near future, is on completing this investigation.
And generally, I would say that our focus is on the applicant and the title holder. Shareholders, are a matter for ASIC. We look at the fit and proper person. We look at the statement of corporate compliance that that a company provides as part of their application. We have regular checks and balances in terms of reporting. We investigate when there's complaints, and as part of our approach to continuous improvement, we review our policies and guidelines around how we do that assessment. And if there are changes, we'll make those. And depending if the change is a process or if it's a regulatory change, then obviously it would go through the processes for any legislative change.
Okay, thank you. Now let me see if I can squeeze out another 2 minutes of
I can, if you like, just provide a bit more information about the Bengala application and the operational allocation process. So under the guideline, as I mentioned, is on our website, and there is an advertisement requirement for coal explorations under that framework for community submissions, and they are provided to the company, and then the company needs to address those through written submissions to the department. In the case of Bengala, that has gone through that process, and I understand that there was one submission received in response to that.
Okay, thank you. Another issue that the community has contacted me about in terms of mining activity is a relatively new one it's in, 300 people met on Saturday in Wingham on the mid-north coast, and this is in relation to the mining of serpentine by MCI Tech International Mining Exploration Licenses. MCI Tech International Mining. I do have a question around the complying exploration activity application, and so this is around for Mount George Stage 1, which was approved with no need for an environmental impact statement. Is that usually the case?
So the complying ones are very low level. If there's any sort of environmental impact to be considered, they would then be relegated to what we call a non-complying exploration activity application. So it would depend on, and I've taken on notice what they're prescribed to do there, but it would have depended on what was in the application around their activities.
And
would have been non-invasive.
Just very quickly to finish that line of question off, and then I'm done, Chair, if that's okay. That's, I think the community's saying, because it's in a water catchment and quite a kind of fragile environment there on the mid-north coast, just the question around, why there wasn't, therefore, the need for an environmental impact statement was triggered.
Yeah, a CEA normally means really low-level activities like mapping, that type of thing,
okay.
not actually invasive exploration activities.
Drilling,
Right.
okay.
Yeah. I just wanted to throw Chair before you went, Mr. Fairman. I just want to clarify something that we said before lunch around the Macquarie Marshes and the Ramsar. So, in terms of the actual where the exploration was going to occur in terms of the Ramsar wetland, the application area for exploration activity that you were talking about, around the accessible prospecting operation for ACGH, was not within the Ramsar wetland. The actual exploration licence, there is actually an exploration licence that covers a bit of the Ramsar area, but that was not part of the original application, and that would involve a wholly separate process to go into that area. So just to clarify that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you today. Mr. Tudor-Hope.
So, Mr. Johnston, I was asking the questions before in relation to the correcting of the historical error, which you indicated does require some finessing according to Valuer General's assessments. In relation to the freezing of their land tax threshold at the re-indexed 2024 rate, would you agree that this has added a further $1,360 to each land tax bill for 2025 land tax year?
If I understand the question correctly, though, wouldn't we have to have a view of what the Valuer General would have assessed the new threshold to be in 2025?
It was frozen as at 2024.
Yes, but the increase
in value.
Yeah, and so how have you come to that?
Just on current values, assuming no movement on values, would you say it's on using the current value for assessing it?
I'll take that on notice
I'll come back to that in half a moment. On point of consumption tax, has Revenue New South Wales done any modelling or been asked to provide any input to a possible increase in the point of consumption tax?
No.
No?
No.
How many public servants are employed by Revenue New South Wales?
It's, I'll find the current number, it's close to 2,000.
On notice, can you provide me with I do know this, but I want the second part I don't. But what are the locations of each Revenue New South Wales office, and how many staff are employed in each office?
Okay, I can do that, but I could tell you the locations now. If you
can go through the locations. That'd be fine.
We're in Parramatta, we're in Lithgow, we're in Gosford, we're in Maitland, and we have a smaller office in Wollongong.
In
Wollongong.
And the number of staff in each office.
I'll take that on notice. But
thank you.
Parramatta being the largest.
The Public Service Association has raised concerns in November last year about the draft Department of Customer Service flexible working policy. Has Revenue New South Wales had any input into that draft policy?
We're part of the department, yes.
Community service. So you had input
of Department of Customer Service.
Yep.
Yes.
Were you aware of staff concerns with the proposed new policy?
There was an extensive consultation process where issues were raised, so yes. Oh, as in, I was very aware of issues that were being expressed by people.
Has the new flexible working policy been finalised then?
The policy for the department came into effect on Monday, the 24th of February.
And so does that make any explicit reference to the number of days per week staff are expected to attend the office?
No, it speaks to in alignment with the circular from the Premier's department. It was it's about being principally in the office in an approved workplace. In an approved workplace.
Yep. So that approved workplace can be home.
Sorry, I think of not. It's about a New South Wales government workplace. It's about an office space.
So has that required you to make any changes in the availability of workspaces in your offices?
As in, do we have more than we did as a... no.
Well,
we have...
Revenue New South Wales use a lot of hot desking.
Yes, yes.
And if there are a lot more people returning to the office, have you been required to increase the number of places available for staff to be able to return to?
Not as of yet, and there hasn't as of yet been a need. The offices were underutilised the past few years and are now largely full. In part, our policy has staff in the process of completing agreements around their flexible working arrangements, and as people are more present in one of our workplaces, we'll adjust accordingly. So simply no to the specific question about more space or more offices. In the first instance, it's about optimising the space that we have.
Are there any staff of Revenue New South Wales currently located in interstate?
There is a small number.
What are their functions?
Various functions, performing functions for the organisation.
So they don't attend on the office?
So there's a transition. Part of the policy has a transition period for people interstate to.
So how many staff are employed who work interstate?
I'll take that on notice, but it's not a large number.
Can you tell me this? What were the overall expenses of Revenue New South Wales in 23-24? So as a gross number.
Wasn't expecting that question, Mr. Trudeau. Just give me a moment. If it's could I come back to that question?
Yeah.
Sorry,
Well, my next question was this: what are the estimated total expenses for 24-25?
Yes,
maybe in the same.
Yes,
from the expected $51 million increase in compliance revenue, how much will be raised from an increase in land tax compliance revenue?
For this this year. Again, I'll take that on notice.
And then, in the same vein, a reduction in write-offs of tax debts.
Yes.
And reduced tax avoidance.
Yes.
Good.
I don't know if we're able to estimate reduced tax avoidance.
Why?
We do our very best to ensure there is
Or
as little
full
tax
compliance.
avoidance as possible at all times.
Full compliance. You'll be aware of an item, Chief Commissioner, on 2GB where there was a distressed taxpayer who had been caught in circumstances where they were charged surcharge duty.
I'm aware of that, yes.
What has been done in relation to that case, if any, either by way of act of grace or act of grace payment, or has any other exemption been provided to that taxpayer?
So I don't think you'd be surprised, Mr. Chido, but I'm not going to speak about individual taxpayers' circumstances. We are in contact with that person and providing support to them around their arrangements.
Okay. Is it the case that it would be your view that you need more discretion in relation to the manner in which you deal with hardship cases in respect of surcharge duty and the like?
That's asking my view. I think my role is to administer the law as it is.
I accept that entirely, but would that case have arisen if you had potentially more discretion in respect of the manner in which surcharge duty could apply?
I think that's
a hypothetical,
impossible to answer.
Maybe you could rephrase it.
Well, if you had the discretion to be able to waive the surcharge duty, would that obviously have been something which would have been able to alleviate the circumstances of the distress caused to that taxpayer?
It's still quite a hypothetical question.
It still is hypothetical, Mr. Chair.
Has the Minister asked you... I'm not entirely sure it's hypothetical. Has the Minister asked you for advice on introducing more discretion?
Not directly. We've had discussions about this matter and surcharge in general. I think what's very strong in the view that I hold, and also Commissioner Smythe, who has discretion in this space as well, some very, very limited discretion in this space, is that the law is fairly clear, which as an administrator we can apply that. The challenge with further discretion that it raises lots of challenges about consistency, etc., about what kind of circumstances do you consider different people's disadvantage or inability to follow the law as it is.
Okay. Chris?
Oh, thank you. I wanted to go back to payroll tax as well, but sort of slightly different line of questioning to Mr. Tudorhope. I wanted to talk about the issue, and we've certainly had a lot of businesses, sort of probably mid-sized businesses, come to us on this issue of contractors. And could you provide maybe a bit of an update in the first instance about where that's at? Obviously, there's a parliamentary inquiry. You put in a submission to that, but maybe just a sort of broad overview of the issue to start with, and then I've got a few questions as well.
Perhaps Commissioner Smythe would like to give a view.
Sure.
Give a better view than
Sure.
myself of.
Mr. Rath, you were here for my history lesson on the genesis of payroll tax in last estimates, and I appreciate the fact you didn't fall asleep halfway through it. Payroll tax.
It's a harvester case. Tell us about the harvester case.
Damien remembers.
So payroll tax was first introduced at the federal level here in 1942. Jack Lang, New South Wales Premier, had tried to move forward with payroll tax as a a source of funds for widows and orphans after World War One, but for various reasons it didn't really kick off until I think the mid-30s. The US was the first payroll tax I've come across, and that was in the Social Security Act of 1935. In the 1970s, the early 1970s, 1971, it passed back to the states from the federal government. The contractor provisions were first introduced in the mid-1980s, largely in response to a change in work practices. A lot of this is outlined in the Chief Commissioner's submission to the inquiry. Employment agents is an area that has, for contractors, basically the idea was any payments by a business to people who help them perform the function of that business could be subject to payroll tax. Now, that could be either payments directly to employees, but it could also be payments under what is termed in the legislation as a relevant contract, basically contractor arrangements. The net is cast broadly, and then there is a class of exclusions from that broad net that the legislation casts. Employment agent provisions were brought in a fair bit later, I think 89 or 90 or thereabout. Again, in relation to changes in the engagement of labour for particular businesses. Now, again, payroll tax is a relatively broad-based piece of legislation, and it has a threshold. So we do find some businesses, and this has been the case from the beginning, some businesses can struggle, especially when they're smaller, and they don't have to deal with payroll tax. They hit the threshold, and if their professional advisors are not across all of their details or are not across the state legislation regime, they may find that it comes as a bit of a shock, first falling in the net. Now, Revenue New South Wales, of course, and it's not something that's limited to the state of New South Wales, all revenue authorities around the country try to engage as much as possible with businesses that may be near the threshold. But of course the difficulty for us always is because it's a registration and self-assessment tax, there will inevitably be businesses that we are unable to advise before they reach the threshold that we...
And that's around the $1 million mark or something, isn't it, the threshold?
1.2.
1.2, yeah. So any business in New South Wales that has a payroll staff cost essentially of over 1.2 million would have to start paying payroll tax. Yeah. Thank you for that broad overview. I think what's the explanation then that you would give for why we've got all of these businesses coming to us saying that that they previously didn't have to pay payroll tax, now they are being hit with payroll tax bills, sometimes quite retrospectively, like in the last, going back several years, for contractors that they had assumed that they weren't needing to pay payroll tax on before, because that has been quite a shock, rightly or wrongly, to them, and it seems to have emerged as an issue quite recently, or not just because of the inquiry.
Yes. So appreciate that. There's a couple of things in what you've just raised. The first one, if I could just touch on the retrospectivity element, because I've been reading that in the papers. I do take issue with the use of the word, even though it's very common. And the reason for that is we don't, or I don't view it as a retrospective tax, the same way I don't view income tax as a retrospective tax. The reason that you may be receiving submissions or constituents who are coming to speak to you and saying, oh dear, Revenue has come and has hit me with this retrospective tax bill of 5 years, for example, is that they have not registered and have not met their obligations over that last period. So when we do the compliance activity, We generally go back a period of 5 years, which is our record-keeping requirement is 5 years under the Tax Administration Act. And we'll look at their affairs and we will consider each of those years. Now, there's every case is different, as not just payroll tax, all taxes. I have some suspicions why you might be seeing some increased discussion. One of them is actually, I think, a good thing, which is there's an increased level of awareness that has come out of a number of different avenues. So discussions in the press, some of the GP initiative, a number of industry bodies. So we engage quite closely with industry bodies, with liaison groups, Tax Institute, Law Society, Institute of Chartered Accountants and CPAs, all the exciting bodies in the state of New South Wales. And they, in turn, have then provided further detail about payroll tax obligations and some of the ways that provisions that possibly are less well understood, like the contractor provisions, how they might apply in particular scenarios. Now, we've had some, I think it was the last estimates we talked about, some payroll tax cases in the area of medical practices and in some other industry areas where we at Revenue New South Wales have put out some practice notes. Our position has been upheld consistently by the courts, and that has created a wave of information, if you will.
So and I know it might be easy if we don't. It's up to you, Chair, but I probably only have 5 or 10 more minutes if we don't want to go to a break and all on payroll tax, and then I'm basically done, and I think we're done for the day after that.
Due to go to a break until 3:30 anyway, so...
Oh, are we?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh,
So
very
you've got
good.
plenty of time.
Okay, I'll just
Fire
keep
away.
going then. I suppose, was there anything that has changed from your end? A new tax ruling, greater enforcement, a new directive, practice note that has led to certain businesses, assuming that they, in the past, may not have had to pay payroll tax on certain contractors, and now they find themselves in the position where they have to. Like, what's brought about that change?
Yeah, so we have issued a number of what we call practice notes.
Yeah.
And that was in response to two things. The former government wanted to increase the level of general knowledge in payroll tax administration. That was one area. But also some of the feedback we received through those liaison groups was, look, I really liked the fact that you have a practice note that covers the general provisions in this area. Contractors is a good example. But could you issue something that's more focused on a particular industry? We responded to that. Now, the beneficial side of that is that it was picked up by advisors and accountants, and I appreciate not everyone's on LinkedIn, but many business owners and professionals are. And word spread quite quickly. Yeah. So that got around, and then that leads to discussions on the radio, in the press, and so on. When it comes to compliance activity, there was a slowdown in compliance activity during the COVID years, and that has just moved back into a more normal focus coming out of COVID. I think, again, that has reminded people that there are obligations they need to meet. And again, it's spurred increasing interest by business owners and advisors on making sure that they're across the issues that they need to worry about to make sure their business meets their compliance obligations.
And in terms of contractors, so, at one end of the spectrum, you've got permanent employee of a company. Clearly, you're paying, that forms part of your payroll. At the extreme other end, it's a contractor that you might engage for, say, a few hours of work. Where do you draw the line in terms of whether they're part of a business's payroll or not? Because they're very different. Obviously, it could get quite grey somewhere in the middle. But what's the how do you determine the payroll of a company?
Sure. I could spend a few hours
in very broad
going through this, Mr. Ath. No, I appreciate it. I'm sure
everyone appreciates it.
I'm sure I can see some very nervous people at this end of the table.
Elevator explanation of it.
Yes. So the first thing to work out is whether or not the people are engaged under what we call a relevant contract, right? Basically to work in the business, right? Or provide services to the business. It's a very wide test. But then the next step is to look at the exclusions from that. Now, as you said, we've got employees. They don't fall under these provisions. We're looking at external parties that are involved. Now, what you would normally consider an independent contractor, someone who comes to your house or your business to fix your plumbing or to put in lights or to do various things like that. They're not services that you would require on an ongoing basis. So that's one of the exceptions. They're excluded. Other exclusions that we have is if the person you engage has their own employees, right? If the job would be done by a group of people together, again, they're taken out. There's quite a number of exceptions around Section 32, 33 of the Payroll Tax Act. There's our pages on the website are actually quite good with some examples. On this. I'm just trying to keep this down to a manageable.
Well, I suppose the other point, Mr. Smythe, to build on it, would be that the courts continually consider these provisions, which practice builds with on, and so, but which is moderate changes, and generally in recent times we've been quite successful in those matters about that our assessment and treatment of contractor provisions have been consistent with the law.
And at the moment, you're seeking clarity on Uber, for instance. So I think that's currently before the courts but this comes more to an issue about whether they're just a platform or whether they're an employer. That's really at the heart of the sort of dispute, isn't it? And if they're an employer, they have to pay payroll tax on their drivers, if I can put it that way. And if they're trying to argue that they're more of a platform, so they don't directly employ the drivers. That's really the dispute between you and Uber. Is that right?
Mostly. I guess this is one of the gig economy and what is essentially as I mentioned, these provisions in their first iteration came out in the mid-80s. So the world's moved. The legislation, the principles of the legislation are solid. It's now for the New South Wales Court of Appeal to decide if the way that we apply those to Uber meets the requirements of the legislation. So the reason I sort of skirted around that is when we start using words like employer or employee in this context, it can get a little bit confusing quite quickly. But the central point that you made is spot on. Right? The court took the view that agreed with Uber that their the service or the function that they perform is more of a payment platform.
Right. And now you're appealing it. Is that right? So was it you, Mr. Johnston, that made the decision to appeal the decision? Essentially, yes. Is it a decision for you and the minister, or essentially just a decision for you?
Just Chief Commissioner of State Revenue.
Yeah, okay. If I might, Mr. Rath. So there's a section, I believe it's 61 of the Tax Administration Act that vests the administration of all tax laws in the Chief Commissioner.
Right. So basically, it's with you, the minister. As far as her involvement, it's essentially just
awareness.
Informed.
Yes.
Yeah, just this is what we're doing.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I know you probably can't talk too much about the actual case that's before the court, so I won't go into too much on that.
I can tell you if
Yeah.
you're really excited, it's only about a week off, 2 weeks off.
Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, that's good to know for our inquiry as well, because we want to hear from the gig economy in terms of payroll tax, and that sort of, we don't want to call them in as witnesses before there's that clarity from the court. So that's very helpful. Okay, I think that's all I've got. Or just for my
You're done?
interest in information. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Ruff, and thank you very much, Mr. Smythe and Mr. Johnson, for that. And thank you all for your evidence today. Those of you who gave some, and those who just had to sit there and tolerate it all.
Chair, I just wanted to correct one thing I said before.
Please do, Mr.
Yeah,
Day.
sorry. Just in regards to mineral carbonisation and the complying exploration activity provisions, I'm advised that it can actually involve some small amount of drilling, provided it's done out sort of sensitive land. That's identified on the seed portal mapping for ecological landforms. So, in that case, the reason that they were a CEA was because it is undertaken on areas outside of sensitive areas, and they've got to meet very strict disturbance and environmental impact thresholds, and in compliance with codes of practice for exploration as well. So, I just want to confirm that. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Day. Any other answers? No. Well, thank you very much for your attendance, your evidence, and the work you do for the people of New South Wales. Thank you very much. You're free to go.